Chapter 104. 3 moves, no need to thank me. Chu Hen's frivolous words came out of his mouth. In an instant, the entire St. Clock Tower fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched the scene unfold in front of them in disbelief. The heavy sound of waves reverberated in everyone's ears. They saw that the tip of the spear in Chu Hen's hand was already pressed against Ran Wei's throat. The audience was dead silent, especially the people from Tifeng Province and Tensei Prefectures, Mufeng, Zhou and the others. They were all stunned. Although Mufeng guessed that Chu Hen might have come prepared, at most he could protect himself from harm. Unexpectedly, Chu Hen directly took down Ran Wei in 3 moves. However, less than a month ago, Chu Hen was injured by Ran Wei's 3 moves. In just a short period of over 20 days, the situation seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. An icy chill stimulated the skin on Ran Wei's throat. Ran Wei's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Chu Hen in front of him. Humph! Chu Hen's lips curved in a mocking smile. I will take your right arm today. Every word was as cold as ice, chilling to the bone. You! Ran Wei's face changed. With a thought, an extreme wave of power suddenly rose from his right palm. You'd better take back the fallen spirit talisman. Otherwise, I'm very sure that this spear will pierce through your throat first. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold. His palm moved slightly, and the skin on Ran Wei's throat was suddenly pierced. A wisp of blood spurted out. Hua! Everyone below was greatly shocked, and all of their hearts rose to their throats, especially the people from Tifeng Province. They were afraid that if Chu Hen's arm trembled, the bloody spear would pierce through Ran Wei's neck. Ran Wei couldn't help but feel a chill. He put away the fallen spirit talisman. What do you want? I don't want anything. I just want to fulfill my promise. Do you want to cut off your arm yourself? Or do you want me to do it? Chu Hen's aura was like a mountain that pressed down on Ran Wei, rendering him unable to move. The stabbing pain on his neck felt like the hand of the grim Reaper was tightly clutching his throat. Ran Wei didn't even dare to move. His expression changed again, alternating between red and white. For any Wu Xiao, losing an arm would definitely affect him for the rest of his life. If Ran Wei were to hand over his arm just like that, he would never agree to it. However, they had already agreed on it earlier. Even if Chu Hen were to chop off Ran Wei's arm in front of everyone, it would still be reasonable. For a moment, the Wu Xiao, Junior brother Chu Hen, that should be enough. Always leave a way out so that we can meet again in the future. Am I right? At this time, another genius of the Emperor Wind martial house, Guasun, stood up and tried to help Ran Wei out of this predicament. Guasun was one of the top figures in Tifeng Province. Whether it was fame or strength, he was better than Ran Wei. Seeing Guasun speak, Ran Wei's heart was filled with hope. However, Chu Hen didn't even look at Guasenator. He looked straight ahead and said coldly, "This is between me and him. I don't need anyone else to tell me what to do." Guasun frowned and his voice turned colder. "Why do you have to be so aggressive?" The corner of Chu Hen's mouth raised into a smirk. Between his eyebrows, a bit of evil playfulness faintly surged out. "If you want to keep your arm, that's fine. You just have to take out 100 high-grade crystal stones to exchange." Boom! As soon as he said that, there was an uproar. 100 upper-grade primordial crystals. That was 10,000 middle-grade primordial crystals. This Chu Hen really dared to open his mouth. Extortion. This was blatant extortion. You're asking for too much. Ran Wei was so angry that his face turned red. Do you think that your right arm isn't even worth 100 upper-grade primordial crystals? Of course. I'm not forcing you to agree to the exchange. Compared to that, I'm more interested in your arm. Chu Hen's cold eyes sent chills down Ran Wei's spine. He gritted his teeth and replied unwillingly, "All right, I agree." Deal, Chu Hen replied calmly. Then, Ren Wei carefully took out a cloth bag from his storage ring and threw it to Chu Hen. Chu Hen's right hand that was holding the spear did not move. He caught the cloth bag with his left hand and weighed it. Ha! Senior brother Ren Wei, I don't think there are 100 upper-grade primordial crystals here, right? I don't have that many with me. I'll return the remaining 50 to you when I return to the capital. Ren Wei gritted his teeth and replied in a deep voice. At this moment, his heart was bleeding with all kinds of pain. He had spent a lot of effort to obtain these 50 upper-grade primordial crystals. A portion of it was distributed by his family, and the rest was obtained from completing the Academy's missions. Now that he had lost all of them, he was so angry that his teeth itched. He was thinking about how to take revenge on Chu Hen in the future. However, what Chu Hen said next almost made Ren Wei faint from anger. I'm sorry, Senior Brother Ren Wei. I don't take credit here. 50 upper-grade primordial crystals are only enough to exchange for half of your arm. Ren Wei's eyes were about to spit fire. Don't go too far. Do you think that Ren Wei, will go back on my words? That's hard to say. Who doesn't know that your senior brother Ren Wei likes to go back on his words? Haha, well said. Mu Feng, who was below the stage, fanned the flames and danced gloatingly. You won't let him go if you don't give me the money. It sounded like a bandit kidnapping a hostage to extort money. Although the people in Tifeng province were angry, they did not know how to refute at this moment. Chu Hen, don't go too far. Ren Wei scolded fiercely. Chu Hen lifted his eyelids, and 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes. I don't have time to waste with you here. Since you've only paid 50 upper-grade primordial crystals, I'll break half of your arm. Wait, you win. Ren Wei was so angry that the blood vessels on his neck bulged. He then looked at Guasun below the stage with a sideways glance. Senior brother Guasun, lend me 50 upper-grade primordial crystals first. That's more like it, Chu Hen said with a frivolous smile. Guasun's expression did not look good either. Chu Hen's behavior was also a slap to the face of Tifeng province. Immediately, he took out a cloth bag and threw it at Chu Hen. Let him go. Ta. Chu Hen caught the cloth bag and did not open it to check. He directly put the 2 cloth bags into his pocket. In the blink of an eye, Chu Hen had earned 100 upper-grade primordial crystals. Countless people below the stage were shocked and envious at the same time. After obtaining the 100 upper-grade primordial crystals, the corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. The surging black true origin energy once again surged into the demon slayer spear. Then, with a wave of his hand, the spear heavily swept across Ren Wei's chest. Bang! A cloud of dust rose, and Ren Wei, who was caught off guard, let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. He tumbled and fell off the stage. Senior brother Ren Wei, are you okay? Are you okay? A few Tifeng province students quickly went up to support him. Ren Wei was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He had the urge to rush up to the stage and fight with Chu Hen again. The entire audience was in an uproar. The students of the various high-ranked martial houses looked at Chu Hen with different gazes. Is this guy really a newcomer this year? Is Tensei Prefecture going to rise? So the little brothers of Tensei Prefecture are so powerful? Xiao Yi stood below the stage and blinked her big eyes. The dignified Lei Dai also nodded in agreement. It said that Tensei Prefecture is the worst. It turns out that Tifeng Province is even worse than Tensei Prefecture. Children's words carried no harm. Originally, no one would take the casual words of 2 children seriously. But in this kind of situation, it was a slap in the face of Tifeng Province. Humph. Suddenly, Guasun's face darkened. He leaped up the stage and pointed at Chu Hen in front of him. He sneered and said, Junior brother Chu Hen is really capable. I also want to bet with you. I hope junior brother Chu Hen can teach me. Wow. As soon as he said this, the crowd was in an uproar again. Mu Feng opened his mouth and scolded, Hey, hey, hey. Do you people from Tifeng province have no shame? You want to take turns to fight me? Why don't you call all the people from Tifeng province over and take turns to fight me? Junior brother Chu Hen don't agree with him. Howsy echoed. However, Chu Hen had a calm expression as he looked at the gloomy Guo Senior. How do you want to bet? We'll bet on the outcome of the battle. The wager is an arm. Today, Tifeng province had lost so much face here. Guo Sun, who was the leader of the group, could not take this lying down, especially since he did not know when he would be able to get back the 50 upper-grade primordial crystals that he had lent to Rinwei. What Guo Sun wanted to do the most was to cripple Chu Hen and get back the 100 upper-grade primordial crystals. Rinwei's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Today's incident was a great humiliation to him. Do you have the guts to accept the challenge? Guo Sun provoked him with his words. However, from the crowd's point of view, under normal circumstances, Chu Hen would not choose to accept the challenge. After all, Guo Sun was much more powerful than Rinwei. Looking at Guo Sen's aggressive manner, it was obvious that he had absolute confidence that he could defeat Chu Hen. Therefore, Chu Hen did not need to consider it at all. However, unexpectedly, Chu Hen raised the spear in his hand without hesitation and pointed the spearhead at Guo Senator. His throat moved slightly, and he uttered 2 words clearly. Please. Please. A piercingly cold, domineering aura leaked from Chu Hen's body. The young man's handsome and extraordinary face looked as if it was carved with a carving knife and was full of determination. Under the refraction of the light, the sharp tip of the spear shone with a sharp aura. Chapter 105. After you. A biting, cold, domineering aura gushed out from Chu Hen's body. He pointed his spear at Guo Sun in front of him. His resolute face, which seemed to be carved with a knife, didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Victory, defeat, loss, wager, 1 arm. The spectating students of the various high-ranked martial houses couldn't help but frown. The sharp spear tip flickered with a dazzling light under the refraction of the light. Guo Sun grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I've really underestimated your arrogance. You brought this upon yourself. Facing Guo Sen's taunts, Chu Hen's expression didn't change at all. His dark eyes were as calm as an ancient well, and the corner of his mouth curved up in a frivolous smile. Isn't this what you hoped for? Humph. I hope you can still laugh in a moment. Buzz. As his voice fell, Guo Sun immediately raised a surging aura and rushed towards Chu Hen. The surging true essence surged towards Chu Hen like a tidal wave. At the same time, 2 greenish-gray lights wrapped around Guo Sen's arms like spirit snakes, and an extremely restless power was released from his body. Buzz. At the same time, the demon Punisher spear in Chu Hen's hand also emitted a domineering black light. Facing Guo Sun, Chu Hen's arm moved, and he directly sent the spear forward. Boom! The stage was startled by the sound of rolling thunder, and a powerful killing intent stirred up the sand and stones in all directions. The sharp spear light dragged a series of afterimages in the air, and like a graceful light, it rapidly pointed towards Guo Sen's chest. What a domineering spear force! One of the martial house students in the audience let out a cry of surprise. Rinwei, who was previously defeated by Chu Hen, frowned, and his complexion became even more gloomy. Humph! This level of attack, what can it do to me? Guo Sun let out a disdainful sneer as he stretched out his right palm. As he dodged to the side, his palm moved upwards and struck the front of the demon-punishing spear. At the same time, Guo Sun once again rushed forward. His left palm, which was covered in a greenish-gray light, fiercely attacked Chu Hen's face. The grayish-green light exuded a dangerous aura, giving people the feeling that it was a bone-corroding venom. Chu Hen, be careful. That's the evil water force. It will corrode the human body. You'll be in trouble if you touch it. Zhou Lu, who was below the stage, hastily warned loudly. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. He placed the demon Punisher spear on the ground and leaned back, dodging his opponent's attack. Following that, the demon Punisher spear quickly rose up, and the sharp spear tip swept out like a ray of light, rapidly piercing towards the opponent's throat. This spear came like a bolt of lightning, swift and violent like a shadow. Guo Sen's complexion slightly changed as he hastily dodged to the side. However, the sharp spear tip attached to the spear tip still cut through his opponent's clothes on the chest. Beautiful! Mu Feng couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. Little Scar will definitely win. Break that guy's balls. The surrounding people of Tensei Prefecture all had black lines on their foreheads. This guy's illness was acting up again. The other Marshall House students in the audience were also secretly amazed. Chu Hen's attack and defensive switch was really on point. The connection between the front and the back was just right. If Guo Sun hadn't dodged in time, then it wouldn't have been as simple as cutting through his clothes. Blood would have spilled everywhere. I didn't expect that Tensei Prefecture would recruit such a talent this year. A Marshall House student in the audience exclaimed. I heard that he went to Heavenly Star Academy because he had no other choice. I also heard about this. Besides Heavenly Star Academy, there isn't a single high-ranked Marshall House in the Imperial capital that wants him. I think those academies are already regretting it. The confrontation between Chu Hen and Guo Sun attracted a lot of onlookers. There were also many nearby people who heard the news and came over. From the badges worn by these people, Imperial Wind, Rhinoceros, Giant Elephant, Bright Moon, and several other famous high-ranked martial houses were also here. Looking at the two people fighting on the stage, sparks flying everywhere, the audience was surprised. Is it Guo Sun? How come that guy is fighting with someone? Who's the other guy? Chu Hen, a newcomer from Tensei Prefecture. So he's Chu Hen. How come he's so fierce? Who knows? Just a moment ago, Ren Wei's throat was almost pierced by that kid's spear. Fuck, it can't be. The onlookers were all discussing. Ren Wei's face was getting uglier and uglier. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to hope that Guo Sun could ruthlessly cripple that bastard Chu Hen. I really didn't expect Junior Chu Hen's cultivation to improve so quickly. I was worried too much. Housy's tone was both happy for Chu Hen and ashamed. Among the few of them, his strength was the weakest. When in danger, he would always be a burden to his companions. Although Rhett usually didn't show his emotions, he could only understand how he felt when he saw that everyone around him was improving, while he was the only one who was still at the same spot. Don't celebrate too early. Guo Sun is very difficult to deal with, Zhou Lu said. There was a hint of seriousness in her beautiful brows. What's the limit of that guy's bloodline? Mu Feng asked casually. As far as I know, Guo Sun was only at the limit of the water martial body bloodline. Later on, when he went out to train, he was bitten by a poisonous green scaled demon snake. Although the green scaled demon snake was only at the level of a grand demon, a drop of its venom was enough to poison a spirit beast. After being rescued by the medical elder of Tifeng province overnight, Guo Sen's life was saved. Zhou Lu's voice paused for a moment before she continued. At first, I thought Guo Sun was extremely unlucky, but I didn't expect it to be a blessing in disguise. The green-scaled demon snake's poison merged with his water martial body bloodline limit, causing a mutation and forming the highly toxic evil water battle physique. Once he's touched by the evil water, it'll be very troublesome. This bastard is really tough. Speaking of which, where did that green-scaled demon snake bite him? Don't tell me it bit his little brother. Mu Feng cursed. Pervert. Zhou Lu's eyes were wide open as she scolded with a red face. Hee hee. Mu Feng had a sneaky smile on his face. I say, Sister Zhou Lu, you're not young anymore. Don't be shy. If you dare to spout nonsense again, believe it or not, I'll beat you to death, you bastard. He's here. Instructor Zui Mo is here. How's senior brother Chu Hen? Is he okay? At this moment, Li Hui was panting as he pushed through the crowd and rushed in front of them. Instructor Zui Mo, He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, Bian Hong, and a few other students from Tensei Prefecture followed behind him. Instructor Zui Mo, Zhou Lu, Haozi called out politely. Zhuo Mo waved his hand slightly as his gaze fell on the two young figures on the high platform who were fighting fiercely. What's going on? Aren't they fighting with Renwei? Li Hui asked with a confused expression. They've been fighting for a long time. Renwei, that little bastard, was almost scared **less by Chu Hen. Mu Feng said with a sneaky smile as he rejoiced in Renwei's misfortune. What? Zhuo Mo, He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, and the rest were stunned. They subconsciously looked at Renwei, who was in the Tifeng province's team. When they saw that he was in a sorry state and had a gloomy expression, they were even more incredulous. Chu Hen's strength increased so quickly? Boom! Violent shock waves were sent flying from the stage. Chu Hen's demon punisher spear was suppressing Guasenator. Everyone thought that Guasen's evil water power was very overbearing, and with Chu Hen's strength, it was impossible for him to compete with it. However, no one expected that the black qi released by Chu Hen could actually suppress the greenish-gray evil water. Damn bastard! Guasen's eyes turned cold, and a surging aura swept out. He raised his hand and raised his palm, and a greenish-gray palm print separated from his palm. There was a faint green liquid moving in the greenish-gray palm print, and it looked like a palm print that was condensed from water. Zang! Chu Hen's cold spear shook, and the spear radiance that was lingering with black qi bombarded on the palm print. Bang! Accompanied by a loud explosion, the greenish-gray palm print suddenly exploded like a water ball. The densely packed cyan-colored water exploded in the air, covering the sky and covering the earth as it fell towards Chu Hen. Not good! The people of Tensei Prefecture could not help but change their expressions. Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and the others subconsciously clenched their fists. The dense water droplets fell like rain, and each drop of rain flashed with an evil green luster. This attack range was quite large, and ordinary people would find it difficult to avoid it. Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and his feet moved in the 7-star pattern, and his figure was as flexible as a dragon as he retreated. Drip! A series of water droplets fell on the stage, just like the liquid of a poisonous snake, causing the stage to be suffused with a greenish-gray death qi. Hey, you dodged quite fast. Next I will let you see my true strength. Guasen's face showed a cold smile, and the corner of his eyes flashed with a poisonous light, just like a green-scaled demon snake. The crowd of onlookers under the stage unconsciously retreated a few steps so as to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Chu Hen held the long spear diagonally and said lightly, It just so happens that I have not used my strength yet. Humph, shameless boasting. Guo-sun sneered, and a ball of greenish-gray light immediately enveloped him. With a shout, 3 greenish-gray water pillars immediately flew out from his body and rushed towards Chu Hen. Water pillar, trap and kill, swish. The 3 water pillars instantly arrived in front of Chu Hen. Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and he did not face it head-on. His figure moved, and he nimbly flashed out like a civet. Boom! In the next moment, the 3 water pillars landed on the spot where Chu Hen landed a second ago, and the violent impact immediately blasted out a few meters wide pit on the stage. The greenish-gray raindrops wantonly splashed on the stage, and when they landed on the stage, they dyed the stone bricks into a greenish-gray color. Since the first attack did not hit, Guasan once again launched a second round of attacks. Swish! This time 6 water pillars directly flew out from his body, and the powerful aura was like 6 serpents piercing through the sky, and the air was filled with a dangerous aura. This time, Chu Hen did not dodge and directly brandished the Demon Punisher spear. A piercingly cold wind rose on the stage, and a black light rapidly wrapped around the body of the spear. Chu Hen raised his hand, and 6 congealed spear shadows burst out, and directly rushed towards the 6 water pillars. Boom! As the two collided, a berserk energy burst forth in the air. Under the impact of the incomparably sharp spear glint, the 6 water pillars exploded once again. Greenish-green rainwater filled the sky, directly covering half of the stage. Chapter 106. Boom! 6 incomparably swift and fierce spear glows smashed into the 6 water pillars with unstoppable force, causing them to directly shatter and explode in midair. Green-colored rainwater blotted out the sky and covered more than half of the stage, sprinkling towards Chu Hen like a swarm of locusts. In such an area, Chu Hen practically had nowhere to hide. However, no signs of panic appeared on his face. A surging aura rose as Chu Hen raised his hand and raised an astonishingly powerful palm force. Great waterfall mountain destroying palm. The powerful true inner energy shockwave was like a raging tide when the wind was blowing. The fierce wind spread out on the surface of the stage, and the countless greenish-gray rainwater that was sprinkling towards Chu Hen, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, all rushed towards Chu Hen. Junior brother Chu Hen has a good move. Even He Qingyuan could not help but open his mouth to praise at this moment. Beside him, Instructor Zhuo Mo also nodded his head in appreciation. Elder City Hunter's foresight is indeed not fake. It was truly a wise move for him to recruit Chu Hen to Tensei Prefecture. Even in the vast imperial city, there were many talented practitioners from all walks of life. However, there were very few who could achieve such a breakthrough in just a few months like Chu Hen had. Most importantly, not a single instructor had given him any guidance over the past few months. Looks like this little fellow is hiding quite a few secrets. Zhuo Mo muttered to himself. Boom! The chaotic power of true essence collided fiercely on the stage. The sky was filled with blue rainwater that scattered around Guasenator in the area between the two sides. There were countless cracks in the ground, and a cold, killing intent lingered in the air. Guasen's expression was dark, and a malevolent light flickered in his eyes. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed at Chu Hen in front of him. If this is all you've got, then obediently cut off your arm. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, an astonishing aura erupted from Guasen's body. Waves of waves appeared in the air, and a greenish-gray light that was comparable to a torrent poured out and quickly spread across the entire platform. Guasen is trying to corner that kid. He's really savage, as expected of someone who was bitten by a green-scaled demon snake. Under Guasen's control, the greenish-gray light whizzed toward Chu Hen from both sides. In the blink of an eye, the entire platform was covered in a layer of greenish-gray water ripples. Chu Hen was trapped in an extremely small space. Everywhere around him was that greenish-gray toxic water. Chu Hen looked like a lone island in the middle of the ocean, and it was only a matter of time before he was submerged. You asked for it. Guasan laughed sinisterly. In an instant, the greenish-gray toxic water on the platform rose up high like a water curtain. With Chu Hen as the center, the water curtain rose up to more than 10 meters in all directions. Chu Hen was trapped within and had nowhere to hide. It was as if he was a caged beast that was trapped in a trap. This is bad. Mentor Zhuo Mo, hurry up and save Chu Hen. Zhou Lu said with an anxious expression. Li Hui, Haozi, He Qingyuan, and Lu Yu were also worried. Zhuo Mo frowned slightly. At this moment, Chu Hen was completely surrounded by the water curtain from all directions. He could only see a blurry image and was unable to determine his current situation. Mentor Zuemo, what are you hesitating for? If you don't act now, Chu Hen is dead. Wait. Mu Feng suddenly stopped Zhou Lu and Zuemo. Chu Hen's life is tougher than a cockroach. He definitely won't die. But don't worry. I have faith in that guy. Mu Feng's resolute expression caused the others to be both surprised and suspicious. Zuemo narrowed his eyes, but in the end he still withdrew his foot. Humph. On the Emperor Wind Marshal House's side, Renwei already had a sinister smile on his face. Although he didn't do it himself, he could see Chu Hen's miserable appearance as he was tortured to death by the poison. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Stinking brat, no matter what tricks you have up your sleeve, you will still die here today. Looking at the continuously rising greenish-gray water curtain and the unstoppable Guasun, the students of the various martial houses already had an answer in their hearts. In the end, Guasun is still stronger. Isn't that nonsense? I never thought that the brat from Tensei Prefecture could win. In my opinion, he probably relied on luck to defeat Renwei. Boom! Under the gazes of the crowd below, the green-gray water curtain that surrounded Chu Hen, with the momentum of returning, pounced towards the young figure at the center. As it rushed down, the end of the water curtain rapidly shrunk, becoming extremely sharp. From afar, it looked like 4 huge poisonous fangs of a poisonous snake falling from the sky. The 4 huge poisonous fangs were like the big mouth of a man-eating flower, attacking Chu Hen with unstoppable power. Let's end this. Ha! Guo-san laughed fiercely and sharply. Hey! I really don't know what you are so happy about. A playful voice suddenly came from the water curtain. Everyone in the audience was shocked. I seal. Buzz. In the next moment, an extremely cold air suddenly erupted from the surface of the stage, and the temperature of the air on the stage dropped to freezing point in an instant. Then, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the 4 water curtains that resembled spikes and poisonous fangs suddenly came to a standstill. The greenish-gray water curtain was directly frozen solid. Crack! The speed of the freezing was extremely fast. From the water curtain to the flowing water on the stage, in just a few blinks of an eye, everything was frozen solid. In an instant, a beautiful ice sculpture appeared in front of everyone present. This is... Everyone's eyes widened and their faces were filled with astonishment, especially the people from the Heavenly Star Martial House. They were even more astonished. I seal. How can it be so tyrannical? He Qingyuan blurted out. Bang! Without giving anyone time to react, the water curtain that had been frozen into an ice sculpture suddenly shattered. A 2-meter-long icicle traversed the air and shot towards Guo-san like a flowing shadow. Humph! Guo-san's eyes hardened, and he shouted in a stern voice, Insignificant tricks, how can you hurt me? Break! Guo-san angrily slammed his palm against the icicle. Boom! Ice shards flew in all directions and cold air filled the air. However, in the next moment, Guo-san's pupils shrank rapidly. He saw that in the crystal-clear ice shards, a sharp cold spear was flickering with a sharp and dangerous light. What? Everyone in the audience was shocked once again. Chu Hen actually hid the demon Punisher's spear in the icicle. When the sharp tip of the spear was about to collide with Guo-san's palm, in the time it took for sparks to fly, Chu Hen rushed out from the ice curtain with a schwa sound. He raised his hand and hit the tail of the demon punishing spear. Hiss! Chapter 107. Hiss! A burst of bright, red blood splattered in the air. After receiving the push from Chu Hen's palm, the incomparably sharp demon punisher spear directly broke through the defense of Guo-san's palm and forcefully pierced through his palm. The tip of the spear, stained with fresh blood, pierced through Guo-san's right palm. The dazzling sharpness pierced everyone's eyes. Guo-san's pupils violently shrank, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. A heart-wrenching pain spread along the nerves in his palm. Before he could even let out a painful scream, Chu Hen had already grabbed onto the body of the demon Punisher spear. At the same time, he exerted strength in his arm and sent the spear out. Along with Guo Sen's pierced palm, it attacked his throat. No, Guo Sen's eyes widened, and an extreme fear emerged on his face that was as pale as paper. The expressions of the onlookers below the stage also changed drastically, especially the people from Tifeng province. They were so shocked that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Buzz! A dull sound of air waves reverberated on the stage, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. They saw that the sharp, cold spear had stopped less than 5 centimeters away from Guo Sen's throat, and Guo Sen's right palm was still pierced by the demon Punisher spear, hanging on the spear. Guo Sen's body was trembling nonstop. It was unknown whether it was because of pain, fear, or both. The entire sacred tower square was silent. Almost everyone was shocked by the scene in front of them and broke out in a cold sweat. No one expected the result to be like this. Chu Hen first defeated Ren Wei, and then challenged Guo Sen. The 3-foot spear light pierced through Guo Sen's palm and pressed against his throat. The scene in front of them was so shocking that it was somewhat unreal. Crack! One after another, irregular cracks appeared on the water screen sculpture behind Chu Hen. With a bang sound, the huge layer of ice instantly shattered and exploded. The green-gray ice crystals wantonly fluttered in the air and collapsed. However, Chu Hen did not move at all. He held the spear with one hand, and his deep eyes emitted a coldness that did not match those of his age. "Do you want to remove your right arm yourself? Or do you want me to help you?" His indifferent tone was like a sharp blade of ice that seeped into people's hearts. Countless people below the stage felt a chill run down their spines, especially Ren Wei of Tifeng province. His face was ashen, and his heart was filled with fear at the same time. At this moment, no one dared to say that Chu Hen's victory over Ren Wei was due to luck. No one dared to say that Chu Hen was arrogant and courting death. He had defeated the 2 geniuses of Difeng and Difeng with a single spear. At this moment, no one dared to say another word. "Handsome." Mu Feng proudly gave a thumbs up, as expected of the second most handsome person in the world. Second only to me. Hee, I told you not to worry about that guy. The hearts of Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and Haozi could finally be at ease. Zuoemo let out a deep sigh of relief and nodded in admiration. I didn't expect this little guy to have hidden so much. At this moment, Guo Sen really wanted to bang his head against the wall and kill himself. He originally wanted to stand up for Ren Wei and regain the face he had lost. But who would have thought that he had underestimated Chu Hen's battle prowess? He was obviously a new disciple who had just entered a high-ranked martial house for a few months. Who would have thought that he would be so capable? Moreover, his methods were so ruthless. Guo Sen's body trembled, and his pale face was covered in sweat. He cautiously said, First, put my hand down." His right hand was pierced through, and the pain made Guo Sen feel numb. If he did not receive treatment in time, his hand would probably be crippled. Chu Hen coldly laughed. With a flick of his wrist, the demon Punisher's spear retracted. Hiss! Another string of blood splattered on the stage, and a mournful scream came from Guo Sen's mouth. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. A bloody hole suddenly appeared in his palm, and warm blood flowed out. Seeing Guo Sen in such a sorry state, many people below the stage felt a chill in their hearts. It seemed that in the future, it was best not to blindly step forward before understanding the enemy's true strength. Guo Sen gritted his teeth and panted heavily. He replied in a deep voice, I'll give you 100 upper-grade primordial crystals in exchange for my arm." As soon as he said that, there was a commotion below the stage. Most people subconsciously glanced at Ren Wei, who was in front of the Tifeng province team. Just now, this guy had lost 100 upper-grade primordial crystals. and now it was Guosen's turn. Today, Chu Hen had really earned a lot. However, a naughty smile appeared on Chu Hen's face. He shook his head and said, "I'm sorry. You'll have to give me 200 upper-grade primordial crystals in exchange for your arm." "What?" Hiss! Hearing this, everyone below the stage gasped. Ruthless, really ruthless. 200 upper-grade primordial crystals were equivalent to 20,000 mid-grade primordial crystals. To most of the people present, this amount was a great fortune. If it was not a student from a family with a strong background in the capital, it was impossible for him to take out more than 100 upper-grade primordial crystals at once. Chu Hen really dared to ask for this. Guo's son frowned, his expression unusually ugly. In fact, he only had a few dozen upper-grade primordial crystals left. He had only planned to borrow 100 upper-grade primordial crystals from a few Tifeng province students below the stage. However, 200 upper-grade primordial crystals was a number that Guo's son could not afford at all. Guo's son was truly shocked, angry, and regretful at this moment. He really wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to interfere with Run Wei's matter for no reason? Now he was riding a tiger and unable to back down, unable to advance or retreat. I don't have that many upper-grade primordial crystals. Guo Sen's tone was a little listless. I don't care. 200 upper-grade primordial crystals, not one less. Of course, I'll say it again. In comparison, I'm more interested in your arm. Chu Hen said indifferently. Chu Hen would never be lenient to those who wanted to harm him. If the situation was the other way around, and he was the one who lost, the other party would definitely not forgive him. Since the other party had always wanted to kill him, then why should he be a good person? The people below the stage looked at Guo's son with sympathy. This guy could neither go up nor down now. He must be regretting it so much that his intestines were green. I'll owe you for now. At this moment, a slightly helpless voice rang out from the back of the square. Everyone present was startled. The crowd dispersed, and a rather heroic middle-aged man walked out. Teacher Li Gu. It's the core teacher of Tifeng Province, Li Gu. So he's the one leading the team this time. Seeing Li Gu, Guo's son immediately looked as if he had seen his savior, and his eyes shone brightly. However, Li Gu's face was filled with helplessness and regret. He looked at Chu Hen with a complicated and apologetic gaze. Chu Hen, for my sake, let Guo's son write you an IOU. If he doesn't return it to you in the future, come find me. Seeing Li Gu, Chu Hen's expression softened. When he was in Fire of Rain City, Li Gu was responsible for the recruitment of new students in Tifeng Province. After the incident at the Yi family, Chu Hen thought that he had no hope of entering imperial style. He did not expect Li Gu to personally visit him and give him the badge that only students in Tifeng Province had. He thought that Chu Hen's entry into imperial style had been decided. But who would have thought that when he arrived at Imperial City, he would first be rejected by imperial style and then by all 30 high-ranked martial houses? Chu Hen wanted to find Li Gu to clarify things, but at that time, Li Gu was outside recruiting new students. As a result, Chu Hen was hunted by Song Qing to enter Tensei Prefecture. Teacher Li Gu, long time no see. Chu Hen cupped his fists and bowed. Li Gu laughed bitterly. Previously in Fire of Rain City, the former could see that Chu Hen was a talent that could be molded, but he did not know that what would happen next. When he returned to Imperial City, Chu Hen had not yet entered Tensei Prefecture. Li Gu wanted to find Chu Hen and lure him into imperial style, but it was just a thought and he did not put it into action. After delaying it, Chu Hen finally went to Heavenly Star. Afterwards, it was said that Chu Hen took first place in the Star Elite competition and publicly killed the Emperor Style's newcomer king, Rin Chong. Only now did Li Gu truly realize how important Chu Hen was. Now he had personally witnessed Chu Hen defeat Ren Wei and Guo's son, two great geniuses, causing Li Gu to be in a complete mess of regret. He regretted not being able to personally bring Chu Hen into imperial style. Now, even meeting him, Li Gu was at a loss and embarrassed. If not for the fact that Guo-san was stuck in a quagmire, Li Gu would have been too embarrassed to walk out. Yes, long time no see. Li Gu smiled awkwardly and looked at Chu Hen. Chu Hen glanced at Guo-san beside him and replied, "Since teacher Li Gu has come forward, then let's forget about this matter. As for the 200 high-grade primal crystals, let's forget about it." What? The moment these words came out, the crowd could not help but be stunned. Was Li Gu so influential? One sentence was worth more than 200 high-grade primal crystals? Even Li Gu himself was stunned, looking at Chu Hen in astonishment. "You? Haha, Teacher Li Gu, there's no need to say more. I am indebted to you for recognizing my worth. Although in the end we are no longer teacher and student, I have always respected you. So today's matter ends here." The crowd was in an uproar, casually rejecting 200 high-grade primal crystals, while a small portion of the people were secretly cursing Chu Hen for being an idiot. The majority were secretly admiring his magnanimity. Li Gu let out a light breath. While he was grateful that Chu Hen had given him this face, he also felt vexed and ashamed. Chu Hen's intentions were very simple. When Li Gu had visited the general's residence, he had even given him several dozen mid-grade primal crystals. This matter had always been remembered by Chu Hen. Now that Chu Hen had let Guo-san off, it was equivalent to repaying that small debt. Although in comparison, Chu Hen had obviously suffered a great loss. As long as he had a clear conscience, he would not think too much about it. This also meant that from now on, Chu Hen did not owe Li Gu even the slightest bit of friendship, nor did he have anything to do with Di Feng. But it was precisely because of this that Li Gu felt even more regret. Wait! Suddenly, another voice that was filled with arrogance resounded. The crowd's gazes quickly swept over, and when they saw who it was, Chu Hen's pupils involuntarily constricted, an incomparably cold chill quietly covering his entire face. Chapter 108. Hold on! Just as Tifeng Province's teacher-in-charge, Li Gu, appeared and helped Guo-san out of his predicament, a voice filled with arrogance suddenly reverberated in the plaza. Everyone was shocked, and their gazes immediately swept in the same direction. A few high-spirited young men and women with extraordinary temperaments were walking over. The person in the lead was tall and handsome, and the arrogance between his brows was not concealed at all. On the gorgeous clothes, there was a pattern of a blazing sun. That pattern looked like a golden wheel with its sharp teeth spread open. Sharp and arrogant. Wow, it's Wei Qing-fan. Even Wei Qing-fan is here. He's so handsome. It's him. Don't be starry-eyed. Don't you see Miss Yu behind him? I heard that Miss Yu and Chu Hen came from the same place. It seems like the two of them even knew each other in the past, and their relationship is quite good. That was in the past. You didn't see the scene at the Star Prodigy tournament, did you? Wei Qing-fan, the first young master of the Wei clan in the Imperial City. Apart from his illustrious status, he was also a well-known genius in Tifeng Province. The moment Wei Qing-fan appeared, he was like a dazzling star in the dark night, attracting the attention of everyone present. Behind Wei Qing-fan, Yi wore a light pink long dress. She was elegant and was similarly beautiful. Beside Yi was Yi Yao. Even though Yi Yao was still young, her tall figure and exquisite features showed that she was a beauty in the making. Compared to Yi Yao was not the least bit inferior. Instead, she was more agile and delicate. Big brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao looked at Chu Hen on the stage, and a hint of surprise flashed across her big bright eyes. Wei Qing-fan. They had finally met in the end. On the platform, Chu Hen couldn't help but clench the Demon Punisher spear in his hand. His handsome face was covered in a layer of frost. Under the flabbergasted and puzzled gazes of everyone present, Wei Qingfan slowly and steadily walked onto the high platform. He stopped a meter away from Chu Hen, and within his ridiculing gaze, there was a pondering expression. "It's just 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones. I'll return it for him." Crash! The crowd burst into an uproar as soon as he said that. All sorts of exclamations rose and fell like a tidal wave. Guo Sen, who was at the side, had a look of astonishment on his face. Below the stage, Li Gu, Zhuo Emo, Ren Wei, Mu Feng, and the others were all equally surprised. After that, Wei Qingfan casually took out a gorgeous golden silk pouch and passed it to Chu Hen. "Here are 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones. If you think it's not enough, you can raise the price." A faint, frivolous smile appeared on Wei Qingfan's face. When he raised his hand in front of Chu Hen, his fingers loosened and the gorgeous golden silk pouch fell to the ground. Bang! The cloth pouch containing 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones fell heavily next to Chu Hen's feet, kicking up a cloud of dust. Generous, absolutely generous. 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones, and he didn't even bat an eye. Humiliation, a blatant humiliation. He carelessly tossed the pouch on the ground, humiliating Chu Hen in the manner of a beggar. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. "TSK, TSK," as expected of the first young master of House Wei. How many people can compare to his generosity? Miss Yi Yu is truly fortunate. It's rare for young Master Wei Qingfan to like her so much. I'm so envious. As she listened to the envious voices around her, Yi Yu's lips could not help but curl into a knowing smile. Next to her, Yao gently bit her red lips with her pearly white teeth. Her little face was tense, and there was a look of dissatisfaction on her face. She really could not understand why there were always people who could not get along with Chu Hen. Previously it was Rin Chong and now it was Wei Qingfan. Moreover, these people were all by her sister's side. Apart from being amazed by Wei Qingfan, the crowd also felt sympathy for Chu Hen's misfortune. Regardless of whether Chu Hen picked up the 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones on the ground, it was still a humiliation. In the face of Wei Qingfan's powerful aura, Chu Hen was completely suppressed. Although this humiliation was silent, it was unusually heavy. Seeing this scene, Yi Yu, who was below the stage, was even more delighted. This was the first time that Chu Hen and Wei Qingfan met face to face, but the latter easily made Chu Hen unable to lift his head. This kind of mood made Yi Yu very pleased. This is simply too much. Mu Feng angrily cursed from the Tensei Prefecture's side. However, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, Hiqing Yuan, and the others only shook their heads inwardly. They had all heard of Wei Qingfan. As long as it was someone that Wei Qingfan wanted to deal with, not many people would end up well. Based on Chu Hen's current ability, it was really not enough in front of Wei Qingfan. A cold and bleak wind blew past. The invisible aura emitted from Wei Qingfan's body directly suppressed the crowd. An indifferent smile appeared on his face, and his gaze towards Chu Hen was full of disdain and mockery. This feeling was like looking at a weak ant. No one present could help Chu Hen, and no one could resolve the embarrassment at this moment. The money bag on the ground was obviously a huge insult. Whether Chu Hen wanted it or not, it was an abnormally eyesore. However, just as everyone watched Chu Hen's dignity being trampled by Wei Qingfan, something unexpected happened. They saw a similarly disdainful sneer appear on Chu Hen's face. "It's just 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones. Chu Hen, don't care about it. But how can young Master Wei's good intentions be wasted?" So, Chu Hen's voice paused, and the demon slayer spear in his hand directly lifted the cloth bag on the ground into the air. "These high-grade primordial crystal stones are a gift to everyone here." As soon as Chu Hen's voice fell, the cloth bag containing the 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones seemed to explode with a bang. The sky was filled with dazzling high-grade primordial crystal stones, like a blossoming firework rain, scattered in all directions with the stage as the center. Boom! Chu Hen held the spear diagonally behind his back, and the arrogance of a young man soared to the sky. His resolute face and deep eyes won the admiration of countless people in the room. The sparkling and resplendent high-grade primordial crystal stones fell like rain. The eyes of everyone below the stage lit up, and they all began to fight to pick them up. Haha, thank you, junior brother Chu Hen. A student from Tensei Prefecture shouted. Ha! What are you thanking junior brother Chu Hen for? You should be thanking young Master Wei for his generosity. Haha. Mu Feng mocked in a strange tone, and his tone was full of sarcasm. Zwa mo, Ligu, Yu Guasan, and the others were all stunned. No one had expected Chu Hen to make such a move. It had to be said that this move was ruthless enough. Aren't you generous with money? Then I'll let you be generous to your heart's content. Don't you not care about these 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones? Then I don't care even more. Looking at the frivolous smile on Chu Hen's face, Wei Qingfan's expression immediately darkened. To be honest, taking out 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones in one go was indeed painful for him. But if he could ruthlessly humiliate Chu Hen and achieve his goal, it would be worth it. But he did not expect that Chu Hen would be so ruthless, throwing away the 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones and scattering them to the crowd. While eliminating his own embarrassment, he had also made Wei Qingfan lose 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones for nothing. This counterattack was truly ruthless enough. Of course, Chu Hen himself did not feel any pressure at all. Although 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones were not a small amount of wealth to him, it was extremely comfortable for him to squander it. In any case, he still had the 100 high-grade primordial crystal stones that Ran Wei had given him as compensation in his storage ring. At the very least, it would definitely be enough for a long time to come. As the dazzling primordial crystal stones fell onto the stage, Chu Hen and Wei Qingfan's gazes met on the stage. The air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder. This was the first time the two of them were facing each other. Although Wei Qingfan had been famous for a long time and his cultivation far surpassed Chu Hen, the former did not gain the slightest advantage today. New grudges and old debts. The grudge between the two was growing increasingly intense and had long since reached an irreconcilable level. Don't be too pleased with yourself, Wei Qingfan coldly said. These few simple words were filled with threat. Chu Hen chuckled and shrugged his shoulders, but did not say anything. Humph! With that, Wei Qingfan coldly snorted and walked down from the stage with a gloomy expression. At this moment, the 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones had all been distributed by the crowd below the stage. Those who picked up the primordial crystal stones were all beaming with joy and excitement. They did not expect to pick up such a treasure just to watch the show. Of course, no one would thank Wei Qingfan. Although the primordial crystal stones were his, the one who distributed them was Chu Hen. Looking at Tifeng Province's side, Tifeng Province could be considered to have lost all its face today. Rin Wei had paid 100 high-grade primordial crystal stones. Guasen's palm had been pierced, and Wei Qingfan had also lost 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones for nothing, all because of Chu Hen alone. Big brother Chu Hen is amazing. Yi Yao clapped her hands, subconsciously feeling happy for Chu Hen's performance just now. Yi Yu's expression was particularly ugly, and her face was covered in frost. Following that, Chu Hen also came down from the stage, and the crowd from Tensei Prefecture quickly went up to him. "Ha, junior brother Chu Hen, you're really something." He Qingyuan went up and lightly hammered Chu Hen's chest. "This is the first time I've seen someone make Wei Qingfan into such a sorry state. You're really willing to spend those 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones. Lu Yu also laughed. Hee hee, this martial foam admires you more and more. Please accept my knee. Towards their praises, Chu Hen only smiled and did not say anything. He lightly shook his head. Just at this moment, a few gazes that harbored ill intentions suddenly shot over. Chu Hen's heart was startled. Raising his eyes to look, he saw a few young figures walking over to his side. Among them, there were 3 familiar faces. Chapter 109. Wei Qingfan's appearance did not gain the slightest advantage over Chu Hen. After Chu Hen earned 100 high-grade primordial crystal stones from the disturbance in the St. Clock Tower, Wei Qingfan lost 200 high-grade primordial crystal stones for nothing. It had to be said that the series of events today, for those who liked to watch a good show, was really very satisfying. However, just as Chu Hen stepped off the stage and returned to the side of the Heavenly Star Martial House, a few unfriendly gazes suddenly shot towards him. When he saw these people, the corners of Chu Hen's eyes could not help but narrow. Today's road was a little too narrow to think that he would actually bump into so many enemies. It's the Spirit Rhino Martial House. Why are they here? Li Hui Yi asked in confusion. Based on the rhinoceros emblem on their clothes, one could clearly determine their identity. The 3 people walking at the very front were 2 men and 1 woman. The 3 of them stared at Chu Hen with a cold glint in their eyes. "Ha! I didn't expect to see you again so soon. Oriole." One of the men said in a deep voice, "Oriole." The people around him were slightly stunned. What was that? A secret code? Chu Hen's expression remained unchanged. His eyes were as calm as the water in a well. He replied indifferently, "Is there anything I can do for you?" Mantis. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Everyone immediately understood the meaning behind his words. The people who came were none other than the 3 people from the Spirit Rhino Martial House whom Chu Hen met in the Boneless Mountain Range. Shang Zhe, Lin Hai, and Xanwen. At that time, they were fighting for the Blood Crystal Lotus. Chu Hen and the 3 people from the Spirit Rhino Martial House had secretly followed behind the bandits' team to fight for the Blood Crystal Lotus. However, it was snatched away by the Oriole Chu Hen. Following that, the 3 of them continued to pursue Chu Hen's trail. Chu Hen first used the cicada-shedding carapace to escape, but in the end, they caught up to him again. Chu Hen directly defeated the 3 of them and almost sent them on their way. "What can I do for the 3 of you?" Chu Hen asked indifferently. "Humph, return it to us." Xin Wen coldly berated. "Hee hee, I say, aren't the 3 of you a little too much? Back then, I was kind enough to spare your lives. Now, you're here to cause trouble for me. Is this how you behave? Shut up." Shang Zhe's voice was filled with rage, and he could be said to be gnashing his teeth in hatred towards Chu Hen. "Ha! A loser actually dares to speak so loudly? You!" The flames of rage burned in Shang Zhe's heart as his paw moved, causing a swift and fierce treasured sword to instantly appear, and it emitted an expanse of dazzling light. What was going on? As soon as they saw that there was a commotion, the crowd that had not yet left came over again. On the Tifeng province's side, Wei Qingfan could not help but squint his eyes slightly, and a cold glint appeared on his face. Beside him, Yi was also slightly surprised. She did not expect that Chu Hen had actually offended so many people. *CK, they even took out their swords. Are they trying to kill us? Mu Feng was extremely dissatisfied as he stepped forward and scolded. In any case, the instructors and students of the Tensei Prefecture were all here, and the other party was openly showing off his sword. It was really too outrageous. "Shang Zhe, put away your sword." At this moment, a gentle voice came from behind them. Following that, a young man with an extraordinary bearing slowly walked forward. Although the aura he exuded was very calm, there was an unconcealable sharpness hidden under this calmness. This is Plum Blossom soared Shen Yunqi. Wow. In an instant, a commotion broke out in the crowd again. The expressions of Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and the others next to Chu Hen changed. Even He Qingyuan, Bian Hong, Lu Yu, and the other geniuses could not help but frown. Plum Blossom soared. Shen Yunqi's reputation was not inferior to Wei Qingfan's. He was a well-known genius in the Lingxi martial house. In the all-school martial competition last year, Xiaoyan, who was ranked second in the Tensei prefecture, was defeated by Shen Yunqi. Of course, part of it was because Xiaoyan was injured. Even so, no one dared to underestimate Shen Yunqi's strength. Shen Yunqi's appearance was similar to Wei Qingfan's earlier appearance. It caused a commotion in the surroundings. Xinwen, who was standing next to Shen Yunqi, looked at Chu Hen with a smug expression. At the Boneless Mountain Range, Xinwen had mentioned Shen Yunqi's name and asked Chu Hen to return the blood crystal lotus. However, at that time, Chu Hen had ignored it. Now he was regretting it. However, to Xinwen's surprise, there was no regret on Chu Hen's face. There was not even a trace of fear. To be honest, Chu Hen did not know Shen Yunqi at all. He had only heard Zhou Lu and Li Hui mention him once when he was farming for rising star points at Nebula Pavilion. I've heard my sister and the others talk about your performance at the Boneless Mountain Range. I have to say, it's admirable that a new student has such wisdom. Shen Yunqi looked straight at Chu Hen with a faint smile on his face. Thank you for the compliment, Chu Hen replied calmly. I won't waste any more words. Return the blood crystal lotus and the things you took from them, and I'll let bygones be bygones. Big brother. Xinwen was a little unhappy. In her opinion, Chu Hen needed to be taught a lesson at the very least. Shangzhe was also dissatisfied. Senior brother Yunqi, we can't let him off so easily. Make him kneel and apologize to us. Shen Yunqi raised his hand slightly and stopped the two. He said, Instructor Zhuo of Tensei Prefecture is still here. No matter what, I still need to give Instructor Zhuo face. Shen Yunqi looked at Zhuo and smiled slightly. Although Zhuo did not say anything from beginning to end, no one could ignore his existence. In the entire Tensei Prefecture, Zhuo could be called the number one among the high-level instructors. His status was only second to the core instructors. However, everyone present could tell that while Shen Yunqi was giving Zhuo face, he was also cleverly making it difficult for Zhuo to interfere in this matter. The meaning behind Shen Yunqi's words was very simple. That is, I'll give you, Instructor Zhuo, some face. Today, I won't make things difficult for your Heavenly Star Martial House's students. However, they have taken our things, so please return them. This sounded reasonable. Even if Zhuo wanted to interfere, he did not know how to do it. Give it to me, junior brother Chu Hen. Shen Yunqi's tone was gentle, but in Chu Hen's ears there was an irresistible pressure. Chu Hen spread out his hands, shrugged his shoulders, and said with a smile, I'm really sorry. I've already sold the things that I took from them. However, I can return the crystal stones that I got from selling them to you. Haha. I did not find any records of the transactions of the blood gem lotus in the various large chambers of commerce in the capital. When Xinwen and the other two returned to Lingxi Martial House, they told Shen Yunqi about their encounter in the Boneless Mountain Range. The astute Shen Yunqi quickly used the transaction records of the blood gem lotus to investigate Chu Hen's identity. However, Chu Hen did not sell the blood gem lotus. As a result, it was only just now that the people from Lingxi Martial House found Chu Hen. I haven't finished speaking. Chu Hen raised his eyelids slightly and looked at Shen Yunqi in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I can return the primordial crystals that were sold for those things to you. However, the blood gem lotus has never landed in the hands of the three of them. How can it be considered yours? Since it is not yours, why should I return it? Every word and sentence was filled with determination. The surrounding people were all astonished and secretly marveled. This Chu Hen was indeed courageous. Previously it was Wei Qingfan and now it was Shen Yunqi. In front of these two famous geniuses, Chu Hen's back was still as straight as a spear, unyielding and unyielding. If it was anyone else, they would have already compromised. Brat, don't refuse a toast, only to drink a forfeit. Shang, Zhe scolded hatefully. Shen Yunqi's smile remained on his face as he replied with interest. What if I insist? Chu Hen showed no fear. If you want to snatch it, then I have nothing to say. Sigh. Senior brother Chu Hen is really too much. The blood gem crystal lotus is at most 50 high-grade primordial crystals on the black market. There is no need to offend Shen Yunqi over this. Li Hui could not help but feel worried for Chu Hen. What do you know? Mu Feng retorted. If Chu Hen lowers his head, won't he be bullied by others in the future? Besides, didn't you hear just now? The blood gem, crystal lotus, hasn't even passed through those three guys' hands. How can it be considered theirs? Others are using the slogan of fairness to rob you, and you still want to hand it over with both hands? After being scolded by Mu Feng, Li Hui was a little embarrassed. He replied in a low voice, I'm just worried about senior brother Chu Hen. Don't worry. With me here, no one will dare to rob us Marshall House students. Mentor Zhou Mo. The others looked at Zhou Mo in surprise. The latter's eyebrows were full of determination. Based on Chu Hen's performance today, Zhou Mo would certainly not let anything happen to Chu Hen. Such a talented student meant a lot to the Tensei prefecture. In an instant, the situation seemed to have fallen into a stalemate. However, at this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Let me see who dares to touch my brother. What? Big brother? Chu Hen's heart lit up. Then, everyone's gazes turned in one direction and saw a few young figures with extraordinary auras walking in their direction. Long Qingyang, even the mammoth Marshall House is here to join in the fun. Wow, Long Xuanxuang of the Bright Moon Marshall House is here too. TSK, as expected of one of the four beauties of the imperial capital. How beautiful! Wait, what did Long Qingyang just say? Brother? Chu Hen is his brother? Under the various gazes of the crowd, Long Qingyang, Long Xuanxuang, and a few other famous geniuses walked over. Chapter 110. Big Brother. Looking at the sudden appearance of Long Qingyang and Long Xuanxuang, Chu Hen was both surprised and delighted. They hadn't returned to the capital for almost 3 months, and Chu Hen had been quite worried about them. Now that they were safe and sound, Chu Hen could finally put down the huge stone that had been hanging in his heart. Third brother. Long Qingyang's eyes were apologetic. We'll talk later. Let's settle things here first. Chu Hen nodded and smiled. Wah! Mu Feng's eyes lit up as he nudged Haozi with his elbow. It's Long Xuanxuang, look. Haozi, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and the others kept their distance. Who knew if they would go crazy one day if they stayed with this lunatic? Long Qingyang and Long Xuanxuang's appearance made the situation even more chaotic. On the other side, Wei Qingfan, Yi Yu, and the others from Tifeng province also looked at them strangely. Yi Yu and Yi Yao had known them since they were young. After all, they were all from Flame City. Haha, Long Qingyang? Shen Yunqi had a warm but unfriendly smile on his face. That's right. Long Qingyang walked in front of Chu Hen, his handsome face exuding a heroic aura. I'm sorry, I've never heard of you. These words came out of Shen Yunqi's mouth carelessly. The strength of this counterattack was really heavy. The surrounding people all had different expressions on their faces. Some were playful, some were gloating, and some were indifferent. In fact, Long Qingyang's talent was so high that he could be ranked in the giant elephant Marshall House. However, the reason why Long Qingyang wasn't famous was because his bloodline was limited to the martial body. Although in the Saint Star dynasty, geniuses who possessed a martial body bloodline were highly sought after. However, in a cradle like the imperial capital where countless geniuses and demonic geniuses gathered, the limits of the martial body bloodline were still a little lacking. Everyone knew that Plum Blossom, Sword Shinyunchi, possessed the battle physique, and that he had entered a high-ranked martial house a year earlier than Long Qingyang. These two factors alone were enough for Shen Yunqi to look down on Long Qingyang. Long Qingyang was fearless in the face of Shen Yunqi's invisible aura. Just like when Chu Hen was bullied by other kids, Long Qingyang would stand in front of Chu Hen without hesitation. Even if they weren't related by blood, their brotherhood was still deep. Even if your senior brother, Plum Blossom, Sword Shinyunchi, don't you dare bully my brother today. His tone was resolute and unyielding. Chu Hen's heart warmed slightly. Long Qingyang's figure was exactly the same as Long Zhan's. Back at the Yi family in Burning Rain City, Long Zhan had also stood in front of him without hesitation. Haha! Senior brother Shinyunchi wouldn't bully junior brothers like us in front of so many people, would he? A hearty laugh rang out. The speaker was Long Qingyang's good friend, Su Chuan. Chu Hen also knew Su Chuan. On the first day they arrived in the capital, Su Chuan had come to find Long Qingyang and told him that they were leaving for the Sky Lake mountain range ahead of schedule. Everyone couldn't help but look at Shen Yunqi. How would this genius solve the problem in front of him? I, Shen Yunqi, have never bullied others. Shen Yunqi's sword-like eyebrows raised slightly. Soon after, the corners of his mouth carried a playful smile as he said, "However, I dislike some cats and dogs jumping around in front of me even more. Since you're all junior brothers, I'll let you off this once. As long as you can take one strike from me, I'll forget about today's matter." "All right," Long Qingyang agreed without hesitation. "Big brother!" Long Qingyang waved his hand, gesturing for Chu Hen not to say anything else. "I believe that senior brother Shen Yunqi won't kill me. Third brother, please step back." Seeing that Long Qingyang had already made up his mind, Chu Hen did not say anything else and immediately retreated with Long Xuan, Su Chuan, and the rest. The surrounding onlookers also consciously took a few steps back. "Are you ready?" Shen Yunqi smiled frivolously. "Senior brother Shen, please." Long Qingyang raised his hand slightly, his body as straight as a spear. "Ha! I'm ready." As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp sword aura suddenly erupted from Shen Yunqi's body. A steady stream of dark golden sword qi surged out of his body and quickly gathered in his right palm. Dust rose up from the ground and rocks rolled down. Neat and orderly spiral sword marks appeared on the ground beside Shen Yunqi's feet. Swoosh! In the next moment, Shen Yunqi raised his right palm and an exquisite plum blossom flew out, dragging a powerful wave of air behind it as it charged towards Long Qingyang. The surrounding crowd was shocked. Anyone could sense the dangerous sword aura from the plum blossom. Roar! At the same time, a deep dragon roar suddenly reverberated from Long Qingyang's body, sending the rocks and dust on the ground into the air. Surging inner yuan rose like flames as Long Qingyang's hands made a series of hand seals. An illusory golden dragon suddenly flew out from between his palms. "What's that?" Chu Hen's eyes lit up and he raised his brows. He could not be more familiar with the 9-soul dragon seal. Compared to the normal form of the 9-soul dragon seal, the dragon that Long Qingyang had conjured was covered in a transparent white flame. What was even more shocking was that the white flame did not release any heat, but it caused the space around it to distort slightly. Big Brother's blazing martial body has evolved. Chu Hen was secretly delighted. Boom! In an instant, the powerful dragon shadow collided head-on with the delicate plum blossom. A huge power turbulence immediately set off between the two. Together with a circle of vigorous power aftermath, the delicate plum blossom suddenly transformed into a solid and sharp sword shadow. At the same time, the white flame lingering on the dragon's shadow also burned vigorously. Bang! With a loud bang, the sharp sword shadow and the powerful dragon shadow instantly exploded. A shocking true yuan force ripple wantonly scattered and scattered. A violent shock wave swept in all directions. Dust filled the air, and the stone tiles on the ground of the square swiftly spread like a spider web. The surrounding disciples of the martial house were all forced to retreat from the shock wave. Long Qingyang was also forced to take 2 steps back by the powerful shock wave, while Shin Yunqi remained motionless. Uproar. The crowd broke into an uproar as everyone marveled at the power of Shin Yunqi's swordsmanship. A casual move from him was already so powerful. At the same time, they were surprised by Long Qingyang's strength. "Big brother, are you all right?" Chu Hen hurried forward. Chapter 111. Thank you for showing mercy, Senior Brother Shin. I hope that Senior Brother Shen will keep his promise and let today's matter come to an end. Everyone watched as Long Qingyang successfully blocked Plum Blossom, Sword Shin Yunqi's attack. Judging from the shock waves from their clash, Shin Yunqi had not been merciful at all. The crowd could not help but secretly nod in approval. Long Qingyang was quite capable to be able to receive Shin Yunqi's attack head-on and emerge unscathed. Humph! However, Shin Yunqi's expression did not look particularly good. No one knew better than him just how powerful that attack was, and he had underestimated his opponent's strength. I, Shin Yunqi, always keep my word. Let's go! After saying those words, Shin Yunqi coldly glanced at Chu Hen with a gaze that was as sharp as an eagle. Immediately he brought Xin Wen, Shang Zhe, Lin Hai, and the others who were unwilling to leave. After the show was over, the crowd slowly dispersed amidst the noise of discussion. Let's go! Over at Tifeng Province's side, Wei Qingfan indifferently said to Yiyu and the others beside him, a dark look surging between his cold and stern brows. Yao wanted to go over and say a few words to Chu Hen, but because Yiyu was beside her, she ultimately only thought about it. Big brother, are you all right? Chu Hen asked in a concerned tone. I'm fine. Long Qingyang smiled and shook his head before he exclaimed, Plum Blossom Sword Shin Yunqi truly lives up to his reputation. Even the 9-soul dragon seal nearly failed to block the penetrative power of his sword qi when he merely used his hand as a sword. Didn't you block it in the end, big brother? I was just lucky. I would have been injured if he had used his real sword. Long Qingyang's eyes faintly revealed a hint of caution. He needed to be more cautious when dealing with such monstrous geniuses in the future. Third brother, let's find a place to talk. Long Qingyang gestured to Long Xuanchuang as he said to Chu Hen. Chu Hen nodded and turned to give a few simple instructions to teachers Mo before leaving with Long Qingyang. However, just as he turned around, he felt someone grab his right arm. Turning around, he saw that Mu Feng's pitiful eyes were on the verge of tears. Little Chichen, bring me along. Sigh. The Tensei Prefecture crowd sighed in unison as black lines formed their foreheads. Chu Hen tightly clasped onto Mu Feng's wrist. Only after using quite a bit of strength did he let go of Mu Feng's hand. I say, Brother Feng, go play with the mud on the side. I will also help you ask Long Xuanchuang if she likes such a tragic type of handsome man like you. All right, you must tell her all my good points. I'll treat you to a brothel later. Oh no, I mean a feast in a restaurant. All right, I understand. Chu Hen was speechless. Suppressing the urge to punch Mu Feng to death, he turned around and left. Not far away, Long Qingyang, Long Xuanchuang, Su Chuan, and the others were also stunned. How could there be such a joker in this world? Third brother, your second sister has told me everything that happened to you in the imperial capital during this period of time. It was my fault that I left too quickly. That's why so many things happened. There was a path paved with bluestone with tall trees on both sides. Chu Hen walked in the middle, with Long Qingyang and Long Xuanchuang on either side. Once upon a time, when the three of them were young, they had walked side by side like this. "It's all right, big brother." Chu Hen laughed heartily. No one knew what would happen next. Was Wei Qingfan the one who attacked you? Long Qingyang's eyes were solemn. That should be the case. Chu Hen spread out his hands, gently exhaled a breath, and said, "That's strange. You've never met each other before. So how could there be a grudge between you? Yi Yu." Long Xuanchuang spat out the word coldly. Long Qingyang narrowed his eyes as the image of an arrogant girl appeared in his mind. That girl from the Yi family has always had high standards. I remember your second sister reminding you to keep your distance from her in Flaming Rain City. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Long Qingyang narrowed his eyes. Chu Hen rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Indeed, Long Xuanchuang had warned him not to get too close to Yi Yu. But Chu Hen hadn't taken it to heart at the time. Now that he thought about it, his cold second sister was actually quite concerned about him. "Forget it, big brother. Let's not talk about this anymore. As long as I'm in Tensei Prefecture, I believe Wei Qingfan won't do anything to me after personally witnessing Principal Zhang's strength in Tensei Prefecture." Chu Hen realized that the worst academy wasn't as bad as others made it out to be. No matter how troublesome Wei Qingfan was, she wouldn't disregard the higher-ups of Tensei Prefecture and harm him. Long Qingyang nodded. "That's true. But third brother, why don't you consider joining the Mammoth Martial House? I can get Master Yu to accept you as a direct disciple." Chu Hen smiled helplessly. This was the third time he'd heard something like this. First it was Yu Qinyu, then it was Long Xuanchuang, and now it was Long Qingyang. Chu Hen was speechless. "There's no need for that, big brother. I'm doing pretty well in the Heavenly Star Martial House." Chu Hen glanced at Long Xuanchuang and shook his head resolutely. "All right, you decide for yourself." "Oh, right, big brother. Has your blazing martial body evolved?" "Yes." Long Qingyang's eyes shone brightly, his handsome face filled with unconcealable joy. "It's upgraded to Bone Flame Battle Body." "Bone Flame Battle Body?" "That's right. I found the seed of this bone flame in a cave in the Sky Lake mountain range. It's a special type of spirit fire. With the help of Teacher Yu, I spent more than 2 months to refine the fire seed of the Bone Flame spiritual fire. That's why I didn't have the time to rush back." Long Qingyang's tone was slightly apologetic. Long Xuanchuang, who was at the side, frowned. Her beautiful eyes were filled with ripples as she opened her red lips. The Bone Flame's spiritual fire is formed from the soul of a beast after it dies. It usually takes hundreds or even thousands of years to form a fire seed. You're quite lucky to be able to find such a rare treasure. Ahem. Long Qingyang coughed and said, half jokingly, "I say, Xuanchuang, I'm still your big brother. Can you not be so cold to me?" "Haha, big brother, it's not like you don't know. Second sister has been like this since she was young." "That's right. She's always like this when she talks to Dad at home. It's probably because of her name." Long Xuanchuang lifted her head slightly, the corner of her mouth curling up slightly. She then turned to Chu Hen. "I forgot to ask you last time. Has your bloodline boundary awakened?" With that, Long Qingyang also looked at Chu Hen expectantly. This was a difficult question to answer. If he answered truthfully, it would definitely scare a lot of people to death. "Yes, it has awakened." Chu Hen thought for a moment before replying casually, "Oh, what is it?" Long Qingyang's eyes lit up. "Well, I don't know exactly what level of bloodline boundary it is, but it has made my true Yuan stronger." With that, Chu Hen released the power of the chaotic body. A strand of black light immediately wrapped around his hand and enveloped it. It pulsed vaguely like black flames. This is... Long Qingyang and Long Xuanchuang couldn't help but exchange glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. What a domineering aura! Long Qingyang was shocked and confused, but he had never seen such a strange power before. Xuanchuang Can you tell what kind of bloodline boundary this is? Long Xuan Shuang shook her head, indicating that she did not know. Then, with a thought, a wisp of white flame condensed between his index and middle fingers, and he slowly pushed it towards the black light that covered Chu Hen's palm. As the two collided, the airflow trembled slightly, and the wisp of white flame that Long Qingyang had released was instantly shattered by the black light. Long Qingyang's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly retracted his power. Even my bone flame can't get close to your bloodline boundary. Your bloodline boundary is really domineering. Third brother, it seems that your bloodline boundary is at least a battle physique. Chu Hen smiled. Perhaps. You brat, when did this happen? Why didn't you tell us? Long Qingyang lightly hammered Chu Hen's shoulder. I just came to the capital not long ago. I wanted to tell you, but you're not in the capital. What about your second sister? Why didn't you tell her? Sigh, big brother, you don't know this, but if I want to see her, I have to line up at the entrance of the Bright Moon Marshall House. Do you think she has time to see me? Ha 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 ha, you brat, you're still as talkative as ever. It was rare for Chu Hen to be so relaxed over the past few days. Seeing the two brothers chatting happily, Long Xuan Shuang's beautiful face lit up with a faint smile. Her red lips, white teeth, and clear eyes made her look very beautiful. They chatted until the evening, and when it was almost dark, the three of them went their separate ways and returned to their respective martial houses. Although so many things had happened today, Chu Hen was still in a good mood, and he felt relaxed and happy. St. Bell City was not particularly lively at night, and compared to the bustling capital, it was even more peaceful. The people who lived here basically left early and returned late. They hunted for food during the day, and after a tiring day, they would naturally go to bed early at night. However, the disciples of the various martial houses wandered around the city in groups of 2 or 3. Not long after, Chu Hen returned to the area where he lived in Tensei Prefecture. On the way, he passed by a small open square where a few tall sculptures stood. When Chu Hen was about to pass through the area, he suddenly stopped and glanced at one of the sculptures. Chapter 112. Who's there? Chu Hen immediately stopped in his tracks and swept his gaze across one of the sculptures in the empty space behind him. Then, along with a burst of gentle footsteps, a delicate girl of about 14 or 15 years old appeared in the dark night. Chu Hen's brows relaxed as he looked at the cute face in front of him. He could not help but reveal a warm smile. Xiao Yao, the person who had arrived, was none other than Yi Yao, the second daughter of the Yi family in Flame of Rain City, and Yi Yu's younger sister. Xiao Yao. Hearing the familiar form of address and seeing the familiar smile on Chu Hen's face, Yi Yao's large, gentle eyes could not help but light up with surprise. Big brother Chu Hen, she softly called out in a small voice. Chu Hen lightly smiled. Between his brows, there was a bit of brotherly warmth. As he walked forward, he said, "Why have you come? Do you need something from me?" Yi Yao seemed to be a little nervous. She clasped her hands tightly together and bit her lips lightly. Then she shook her head. No, nothing. I just wanted to see you. Chu Hen could not help but have mixed feelings when he saw how uneasy she was. If it was in the past, Yi Yao would definitely rush to his side without any hesitation and hold his arm intimately. She would smile sweetly and reveal 2 cute dimples. However, ever since that incident, there seemed to be an invisible barrier between the two of them. Yi Yao lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. She did not dare to look Chu Hen in the eye. At this moment, a bright blue light suddenly appeared in the dark night. An exquisite and beautiful bracelet suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yao. The gemstones embedded in the bracelet were like stars in the night sky. This is... Yi Yao hurriedly raised her head and stared at him with her large eyes filled with surprise. Chu Hen gently smiled and said, "Your 15th birthday present and 2 moon medallions and 3 days. Do you remember?" Yi Yao's little hands clenched and unclenched. Her misty eyes trembled like ripples. Of course, you're my sister. Sister. And Chu Hen nodded and held Yi Yao's little hand. He placed the bracelet on her palm and said in a serious tone, "No matter what grudges I have with others, it has nothing to do with you. We will be the same as before." Chu Hen had always been a person who could distinguish between kindness and hatred. He knew very well who was good to him and who was his enemy. Receiving the sincerity in Chu Hen's eyes and the warmth from his palm, Yi Yao's eyes unconsciously turned red. Her delicate appearance was very pitiful. "Silly girl, you're going to be 15 soon. Why are you still crying?" Chu Hen smiled and reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yi Yao rubbed her beautiful little nose and pouted. "I'm not crying. It's the sand that blew into my eyes." "Haha, that's right. My little Yao's eyes are big. Sand is easy to blow into." Pfft. Yi Yao was amused by Chu Hen's words. She then said expectantly, "Big brother Chu Hen, will you make up with big sister?" At the mention of Yi Yu, Chu Hen couldn't help but frown. However, he still replied with a smile, "I don't know. Maybe." In fact, the two of them could never be friends again. Even if their grudges were resolved, it would never be like before. Even if they were ordinary friends, they couldn't be friends. Yi Yao didn't know what Chu Hen was thinking. She continued to say, "I don't like that Wei Qingfan. I don't think he pursued Big Sister because he likes her." "Why do you say that?" Chu Hen asked casually. "Because Wei Qingfan doesn't have any warmth in his eyes when he looks at Big Sister. Moreover, he came to look for me when Big Sister wasn't around. I don't like being alone with him. He came to look for you alone." Chu Hen couldn't help but stare. "Did he do anything to you?" "Not really." Yi Yao shook her little head and said, "I told Big Sister about this. She said I was overthinking it. She said that Wei Qingfan just wanted to be close to me and take care of me. He didn't have any other intentions." Chu Hen sunk into contemplation. Although today was the first time he met Wei Qingfan, according to the past few fights, Wei Qingfan was a vicious and merciless person. His way of thinking was also strange. It was not an exaggeration to say that he liked to abuse others. How could such a person be Yi Yao's gentle brother? If that was really the case, then Wei Qingfan's purpose of pursuing Yi would have to be re-examined. Of course, the proud and arrogant Yi wouldn't be tamed so easily. However, based on the current situation, Wei Qingfan was an extremely dangerous person. "Little Yao, no matter what occasion it is in the future, try to stay with your big sister. Don't meet Wei Qingfan alone," Chu Hen said solemnly. Yi Yao nodded obediently. "I understand, big brother Chu Hen." At this moment, a familiar gentle female voice that Chu Hen didn't want to hear was suddenly heard. "Little Yao." "Big sister?" Yi Yao was shocked. She quickly said to Chu Hen, "Big brother Chu Hen, I'll leave first." "Okay, remember what I said just now." "I will." With that, Yi Yao hurriedly jogged in the direction of the voice. However, Yi Yu still saw Chu Hen standing there. When their gazes met, Yi Yu's expression immediately turned cold. There was a frosty look in her eyes. Behind Yi Yu was a handsome and slender figure. It was Wei Qingfan. "Little Yao, why did you come to a place like this?" Wei Qingfan said with a frivolous smile. "It's none of your business." Yi Yao glared at him and walked to Yi Yu's side. Yi Yu didn't say much. She held on to Yi Yao's little hand and turned to leave. "It's getting late. Let's go back. Don't run around outside alone in the future." "Got it," Yi Yao replied softly. As she turned, she didn't forget to smile at Chu Hen. Chu Hen nodded slightly and returned a warm smile. However, when Yi Yu and Yi Yao's figures were about to disappear into the night, Wei Qingfan didn't leave. Instead, he slowly approached Chu Hen. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes and released a cold intent from his body. Don't be nervous." Wei Qingfan smiled mockingly. "I won't kill you here. However, It's only a matter of time before you disappear from this world. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Chu Hen replied coldly. "Humph." Before he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed across Wei Qingfan's eyes. He waved his hand, and a long and sharp chi blade immediately attacked Chu Hen. Boom! A violent shock exploded beside Chu Hen. Soil splashed and rocks rolled. Along with the dust and smoke, a deep ravine that was more than 10 meters long suddenly appeared at Chu Hen's feet. The strong wind caused Chu Hen's clothes to flutter, and the sand that scraped against his face was painful. However, Chu Hen was like a boulder as he stood where he was without moving. He did not even blink his eyelids. However, his ice-cold gaze became increasingly sharp like a blade. Wei Qingfan didn't manage to give Chu Hen a show of strength during the day. This time, he added another warning. "Humph! What do you have to fight with me? In my eyes, you're just a pitiful ant." Wei Qingfan sneered disdainfully. He then turned around and left. "Wait!" A bone-chilling voice came from behind. Wei Qingfan turned around and replied frivolously. "What? You want to kneel down and beg me?" "All right. If you respectfully kowtow to this young master 10 times now, I can consider sparing your life." Buzz! Suddenly, a strong killing intent erupted from Chu Hen's body. A demonic purple light faintly pulsed in the depths of his sharp eyes. "Wei Qingfan, I'm warning you. It's none of my business that you lied to Yi Yu. However, if you dare to hurt Yi Yao, I'll definitely kill you myself. You son of a B***tch." An invisible wave of air swept up the dust and rocks on the ground. A piercingly cold wind immediately enveloped the two of them. The air seemed to have frozen. The night wind that blew through the darkness was unusually bone-chilling. Wei Qingfan's face darkened. He didn't know why, but he actually received an inexplicable fear from Chu Hen's eyes. A core transformation stage demonic genius actually felt fear from Wu Xiao, who was only in the elemental opening stage. This was really comical. "Huh." Wei Qingfan laughed mockingly. "You're not qualified to say such words to me. You'll never be qualified. Soon, I'll let you know how petty and weak you are in front of me." Then, Wei Qingfan didn't say anything more. He turned around and left proudly. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes slightly. The coldness emitted from his body became colder and colder. If they weren't in the resting area of Tensei Prefecture, Wei Qingfan wouldn't have just given him a show of strength. However, with his current strength, he still had to endure when facing a true core transformation stage expert. Of course, if Wei Qingfan wanted to kill him just now, Chu Hen wouldn't have any fear. No matter how strong his opponent was, Chu Hen would still make his opponent pay a painful price. After letting out a deep breath, Chu Hen slightly calmed down the emotions in his heart. Then he returned to his residence and laid on the simple bed in the room. His whole body felt comfortable, and the haze in Chu Hen's heart gradually disappeared. What replaced it was a wave of exhaustion. These few days of training and killing in the Heaven Lake mountain range caused Chu Hen's body to feel tired very quickly. The night in St. Bell City was very quiet. The students in Tensei Prefecture had also entered a state of rest because of the exhaustion of the past few days. However, everything was silent. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Chapter 113. It was late at night in St. Bell City, and it was quiet everywhere. From time to time, the roars of monsters could be heard from the depths of the mountains in the distance. This ancient tribe with more than 200 years of history was completely different from the prosperity of the capital. There was no banquet or noise, only darkness and peace under the cover of the night. In the dark room, Chu Hen's breathing was even and steady. Just at this time, Chu Hen's heartbeat suddenly became hurried and his blood flow sped up. A sudden sense of alertness caused him to abruptly wake up from his sleep. What was that just now? Chu Hen frowned, and his eyes scanned the door of the room with vigilance. Just now he felt as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him in the dark. Then an extremely soft sound came from outside. It was like the rustling of leaves on the ground in the wind. Chu Hen reflexively got out of bed, rushed to the door, and looked out through the gap of the door. He saw a black shadow hurriedly disappearing into the night. Who was that person? Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and then he opened the door and walked out of the room. The night air was a bit cold. Chu Hen looked in the direction where the black shadow disappeared in confusion. His heart was full of puzzlement. Just as Chu Hen was hesitating whether to wait until tomorrow to tell Shilon, Zuomo, and the other mentors about this, Chu Hen suddenly found that the door of the room next to his was open. That seemed to be Zhou Lu's room. Chu Hen's heart couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly walked to the door of Zhou Lu's room and found that it was empty. Then he thought of that strange black shadow, and Chu Hen's expression changed. He immediately rushed to the door of Mu Feng's room, and without saying a word, he kicked the door open. Bang! First, it was the sound of something rolling off the bed, followed by a strange cry. F***CK. Who the F***CK are you? What are you doing in the middle of the night? Help! You're a pervert. Mu Feng, it's me, Chu Hen. Inform Shilon and mentors what Mo immediately. Zhou Lu has been kidnapped. What did you say? I'll go after her. I'll leave a mark along the way. Hurry up. After saying those simple words, Chu Hen's figure moved and instantly disappeared into the night. Oh, I got it. Mu Feng had a blank look on his face. He yawned deeply and fell asleep again. In less than 2 seconds, Mu Feng immediately jumped up from the ground. Damn what? Zhou Lu was kidnapped? Whoosh! In the dark night, the cold wind was bone-chilling. Chu Hen moved in St. Bell City at his fastest speed. His handsome face was filled with solemnity, and his clear eyes gradually became deep and cold. Who was that person? Why did he kidnap Zhou Lu? Was it a plot set up by Wei Qingfan? One question after another flashed in Chu Hen's mind. This was only his first day in St. Bell City, and something like this had already happened. What was going on? Tap, tap. Chu Hen's footsteps sounded particularly heavy in the quiet night. Not long after, a hazy and blurry shadow appeared in his line of sight. He caught up. Chu Hen's eyes lit up, but he was still cautious and cautious. Looking from afar, although it was just a blurry shadow, Chu Hen could roughly see that there was a figure under the left armpit. That figure was most likely Zhou Lu. However, Zhou Lu was motionless and unconscious. The friend in front, your deeds have been exposed. Our Marshall House's mentor is on the way. Please put my companion down. Chu Hen deliberately raised his voice and shouted. His high-pitched voice echoed in the dark night. Hey, meddlesome brat! The deep voice faintly reached Chu Hen's ears. The shadow unconsciously sped up and dashed out of the city. Soon, both sides arrived at the city gate one after another. Who is it? There were people guarding the gate of St. Bell City. After all, demonic beasts from the Sky Lake Mountains would sometimes enter this place at night, so it was necessary to arrange for people to stand guard here. I am Chu Hen from Tensei Prefecture. Help me stop that person in front. He has kidnapped my companion. Chu Hen shouted. What? The faces of several St. Bell City guards changed. They all drew their weapons and rushed toward the shadow. Where did this villain come from? How dare he cause trouble in my St. Bell City? Put him down. A bunch of good-for-nothings want to stop me? A disdainful laugh came from the shadow's mouth. Then he raised his right palm, and a shockingly surging palm energy gushed out like a tide. Boom! Along with several overlapping explosions, a thick golden halo spread out, and several St. Bell City guards were blasted to the ground as though they had been hit by a mountain, spurting blood from their mouths. Hee, I told you not to be a busybody. The black shadow let out a complacent laugh. Then his body moved and he rushed out of the city. Chu Hen didn't have time to care about the injured guards. He just asked them to inform the others in St. Bell City as soon as possible. Then he hurriedly chased after the shadow. Woo-woo! Roar! The Sky Lake Mountains could be said to be unusually lively at night. The sound coming from the depths of the forest was like a group of demons dancing. Even if it was Chu Hen, he couldn't help but feel fear and worry in his heart. But no matter what, he definitely couldn't just watch as Zhou Lu was taken away by a mysterious person. Under these circumstances, he could only hope that Shilan, Zhuo Mo, and the other mentors could catch up as soon as possible. Buzz buzz! Chu Hen silently released the power of the chaotic body. Dark energy coiled around his legs like demonic flames from hell. In that instant, Chu Hen's speed increased by several times. The black shadow in front let out a surprised sound. It seemed that he was surprised that Chu Hen was able to keep up with his speed. Ha! I say, the little brat behind me, if you don't want your corpse to be exposed to the wilderness, then scram as soon as possible. I'm not interested in men. With that said, Chu Hen couldn't help but clench his fists. If that was the case, the other party was not sent by Wei Qingfan to target him. The other party was only targeting Zhou Lu. More accurately, he just happened to choose Zhou Lu. Who are you? Chu Hen asked in a deep voice. He. The person sneered and turned around. Under the bright moonlight, he immediately revealed a pale and ferocious middle-aged man's face. "I, blood ghost, blood ghost?" The two cold words were filled with ruthlessness. Chu Hen's expression immediately changed. He subconsciously blurted out, "Butcher hand, blood ghost?" He. I didn't expect a brat like you to have heard of my name. Not bad, not bad. Damn it. Chu Hen cursed in his heart. There was a great seriousness between his brows. A few years ago, Butcher Hand Blood Ghost was famous for a time. However, it was a bad reputation. Blood Ghost was a bloodthirsty person. He was cruel and ruthless. He had committed several major crimes in the Sacred Star Dynasty. The brutality of each case was enough to make one's hair stand on end. It was precisely because of Butcher Hand Blood Ghost's notoriety that it finally caused the royal family of the Sacred Star Dynasty to be furious. The royal family sent an elite team of assassins to hunt Blood Ghost. However, the latter's cultivation was strong, and he was extremely sinister and cunning. He escaped time and time again. After that, the royal family issued a national arrest warrant. However, Blood Ghost seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth, and there was no news of him ever since. There were many people from all walks of life in the Heaven Lake mountain range, other than the hunting squads that hunted demonic beasts for a living. There were also bandits that lived on the edge of Blades. However, Chu Hen never expected that the infamous Blood Ghost would appear here. "Why do you want to capture my companion?" Chu Hen asked in a deep voice. At the same time, the true origin energy in his body quietly surged. There's no harm in telling you. I want to feed her to the astral fire, sword-toothed rhinoceros. The astral fire, sword-toothed rhinoceros is an animal that loves to eat young girls with soft skin and tender flesh. Blood Ghost laughed sinisterly. His scarlet tongue unconsciously licked the corner of his mouth. His evil appearance made people feel cold from the bottom of their hearts. Chu Hen's expression changed again. The astral fire sword-toothed rhinoceros was a powerful 5th-grade spirit beast. It was comparable to the human Wuxiao, who was at the 5th level of the core transformation realm. The astral fire sword-toothed rhinoceros defense was extremely strong. It was a very ferocious spirit beast. If he really wanted to feed Zhou Lu to the astral fire sword-toothed rhinoceros, she would definitely die. Senior Blood Ghost, we have no enmity with you in the past. Why do you want to harm a young girl? Chu Hen began to use the delaying tactic. She's just unlucky. I just wanted to find a young girl with soft skin and tender flesh, and I found her. God wants her to die in my hands. Blood Ghost did not fall for Chu Hen's trick at all. Chu Hen's brows were tightly knitted. He unconsciously began to slow down his pace. Blood Ghost, who was in front of him, turned around once again. His face revealed a sinister smile. Hee, little brat, you're not going to continue chasing? But I'm sorry to tell you that it's too late for you to regret. Before he finished speaking, an incomparably surging aura erupted from Blood Ghost's body. Bang! The shocking power directly caused countless cracks to appear on the ground. Chu Hen's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly used his true origin energy to protect his entire body. Following that, Shui Gui pushed out a boundless palm energy towards Chu Hen. The true Yuan shockwave, which was comparable to a flood, whistled out. The violent destructive power caused the ground to crack inch by inch. Everywhere was shattered. Leaves and twigs fell from the sky. A layer of soil that was nearly 2 meters deep was directly smashed into the ground. This Shui Gui's strength was truly formidable. An unstoppable force poured down. Thousands of large and small rocks rolled up a destructive shockwave and bombarded Chu Hen. Bang! In an instant, Chu Hen was directly blasted away along with countless rocks. He was instantly submerged in the explosion. Chapter 114. Rumble. Looking at Chu Hen, who was buried in the rubble, the butcher's hand Blood Ghost's face revealed a hideous smile. Little bastard, if you don't have the ability, don't try to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. When Chu Hen chased after him, the Blood Ghost never thought of letting Chu Hen go. After all, he was wanted by the entire Sacred Star Dynasty. How could he let Chu Hen leave and expose his whereabouts? Then the Blood Ghost's body moved, and he hurriedly dashed into the night. However, not long after Shui Gui left, the scattered rocks on the ground were lifted up, and a figure with slightly messy clothes crawled out from the pile of rocks. If other people saw this scene, they would be so shocked that they would be speechless. The power of the Blood Ghost's palm was enough to kill any wuxiu who was in the elemental opening realm. Under normal circumstances, Chu Hen, who was in the 6th level of the elemental opening realm, would not be able to survive. However, Chu Hen only suffered some superficial injuries. In the darkness, Chu Hen looked in the direction where the Blood Ghost disappeared. A demonic purple light surged in his deep eyes. At the critical moment, the demon eyes predicted the opponent's attack pattern and prepared in advance to avoid the direct impact of the Blood Ghost's palm energy. At the critical moment, the pair of demon eyes saved his life once again. When will teacher Shilan and the others arrive? Chu Hen's handsome face became serious. He had already seen how powerful the Butcher's Hand Blood Ghost was. He was afraid that the Butcher's Hand Blood Ghost's cultivation base was at least in the 5th level of the core transformation realm. He was definitely not someone he could handle. However, Zhou Lu's life could be in danger at any time. She did not have time to waste. I can only hope that teacher Shilan and the others will arrive soon. After a short moment of hesitation, Chu Hen decided to chase after the Blood Ghost. After all, if he lost track of the Blood Ghost, Zhou Lu would definitely die. The Tianqi mountain range was full of danger at night. Chu Hen's pupils had already turned a demonic purple. Under the detection of the demonic eyes, any creature with spiritual power fluctuations could not escape Chu Hen's eyes. Relying on the bloodline boundary of the demon eye's sacred body, Chu Hen walked through the mountains without any pressure. Of course, Chu Hen did not dare to be careless, nor did he dare to chase too closely. He only used the traces left on the ground to track the approximate location of the Blood Ghost. Time passed minute by minute, second by second. The sun and moon rotated, and the darkness receded. A gorgeous ray of sunlight pierced through the thick layer of clouds and sprinkled down. Chu Hen, who had been shuttling through the jungle for a whole night, looked a little pale. Under the golden rays of the morning sun, his handsome side profile looked a little translucent. Over there! Chu Hen raised his eyebrows. At this moment, he vaguely heard Zhou Lu's voice. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief. At least the girl was still alive. As long as she was still alive, there was hope that he could bring her back. While secretly hoping that the tutor from Tensei Prefecture would find him soon, Chu Hen carefully followed. He restrained his breath and cautiously approached the direction of the voice. "Who are you? Put me down, put me down." In the dense forest there were huge trees with luxuriant branches and leaves all around. The blood ghost threw Zhou Lu under a huge tree that was 3 to 4 meters, wide like a chick. Bang! Ouch, it hurts. Who are you? Zhou Lu was in pain from the fall. When she saw the ferocious face of the blood ghost, her pretty face suddenly changed, and her eyes were filled with fear. Who are you? Why do you want to catch me? Hee. Xiao Ye's head is quite beautiful. If it wasn't for the fact that I have something important to do, I would have done it with you right now. The blood ghost had a sinister smile on his face. Zhou Lu unconsciously shrank her body. She clenched her fists and stood up to run. However, how could Zhou Lu escape from the blood ghost, who had a cultivation base of core transformation realm? Before Zhou Lu could stand up, the blood ghost quickly stretched out his right index finger and pressed it heavily on her neck. Zhou Lu's delicate body trembled. She suddenly felt her whole body go numb. She could not move below her neck. Then she powerlessly collapsed to the ground. Hee, run. Let me see you run. The blood ghost had a complacent smile on his face. His sinister look looked especially ferocious. Zhou Lu was shocked and scared. She kept cursing. I am the direct disciple of tutor Shilan from Tensei Prefecture. If you dare to touch me, I guarantee that you will die a horrible death. Be quiet. I won't. Tutor Shilan is very concerned about her students. She must be on her way now. I advise you to let me go. Hey, I told you to shut up. Didn't you hear me? The blood ghost turned his hand and slapped Zhou Lu's face hard. In an instant, half of Zhou Lu's face swelled up. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. It was a dazzling sight. Zhou Lu clenched her teeth and glared at the blood ghost fiercely. The blood ghost became even more excited when he saw her like this. Hee, little girl, now that you have fallen into my hands, you should accept your fate, the blood ghost said as he took out a wooden box from his storage ring. He opened the wooden box, and there was a small bundle of dark blue herbs inside. Then he lit the herbs, and a wisp of almost transparent green smoke came out. At the same time, a strange fragrance began to waft in the air. As soon as this strange phenomenon occurred, the surrounding flowers and plants all withered in surprise, as if they were bent by frost. Zhou Lu, who was already numb from head to toe, felt even more fatigued and weak at this moment. Even her eyes were a little dazed. This is the spirit fragrance, the favorite smell of the flaming sword-toothed rhinoceros, coupled with your soft skin and tender flesh. Not bad at all. What do you want to do? Zhou Lu looked at the blood ghost weakly. You'll find out soon. The blood ghost smiled ferociously. Then his eyes turned cold and he murmured to himself, Once I've mastered that method, why would I be afraid of the Imperial family's dark squad? When that time comes, I'll leave this godforsaken place and continue my carefree life. With that, the blood ghost glared coldly at Zhou Lu on the ground. Then he moved and immediately leaped into the forest. What is the blood ghost trying to do? Chu Hen, who was hiding in the dark, had completely concealed his aura. He hid motionlessly in a bush. He looked at Zhou Lu, who had collapsed on the ground in front of him and was not in a hurry to save her. If he moved, the blood ghost would definitely pounce on him. At this time, Chu Hen could only wait quietly. Not long after, the surrounding forest was filled with the smell of the spirit fragrance. The fragrance made people feel sleepy. All of a sudden, the ground began to tremble, and a dangerous aura began to spread. Chu Hen was shocked. Chapter 115. Rumble. Not long after the butcher's hand-blood ghost ignited the scent of the phantom grass, the ground began to shake uneasily. An extremely dangerous aura assaulted them. In the depths of the forest, a huge black shadow appeared. Large patches of shrubs and trees were crushed to pieces, and towering trees fell to the ground. In an instant, a demon beast that was 7 to 8 meters tall crawled out of the forest. Roar. The low and deep roar of a ferocious beast caused the blood in one's body to flow faster and faster. The heavy panting came from the nostrils, and the flowers and green leaves on the ground were burned to ashes in an instant. No. Zhou Lu, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, immediately turned pale. Her eyes were filled with fear and panic. She tried to get up from the ground, but she could not muster any strength in her body. Previously, the blood ghost had used a special method to seal Zhou Lu's meridians. For a short period of time, Zhou Lu would not be able to move on her own. Zhou Lu's eyes were filled with tears of fear as she watched the ferocious beast approach, step by step. Chu Hen, who was hiding in the dark, also had a great change in expression. He could not help but clench his fists. It was a fierce beast that looked like a rhinoceros. Although its body was not particularly large, it gave off an unshakable feeling, as if a mountain was pressing down on it. The dark, red, sturdy leather armor was unusually thick. There were cracks on the armor, and within the cracks there was lava flowing like a volcano. On its back there was a row of razor-sharp teeth. The temperature in the air was abnormally hot. This was a 5th-grade spirit beast, the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros. Damn it! Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and he cursed inwardly. Whether it was the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros or the butcher's hand-blood ghost, they were not things that he could handle. What should he do now? Why hadn't the tutors from Tensei Prefecture arrived yet? Roar. The astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros walked toward Zhou Lu step by step. With every step it took, the ground shook, and the grass and flowers that it stepped on were immediately burned to ashes. Don't come over. Zhou Lu struggled on the ground. However, the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros did not seem to hear her. Its huge red eyes that were like copper bells stared at her, and saliva flowed from its wide mouth that was filled with razor-sharp teeth. Hee. Blood Ghost, who was hiding in the dark, had a sinister smile on his face. Animals will always be animals. How could they be tricked so easily? To be honest, spirit beasts already had a high level of spiritual intelligence, and some of them could even understand the human language. Under normal circumstances, the Skyfire sword-tooth rhinoceros wouldn't fall for it so easily, and the main reason was the nether grass that Shui Gui had ignited earlier. Under normal circumstances, the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros would not be tricked so easily. The main reason was the nether herb that the blood ghost had ignited earlier. At the same time, the blood ghost had added a special fragrance that was specifically targeted at spirit beasts. After the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros breathed in the fragrance, its consciousness would become a little sluggish. Therefore, under these conditions, the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros would be attracted so easily. Haha, after I take your blood, I'll be able to start cultivating that technique. At that time, what can the Imperial Secret Army do to me? The blood ghost's eyes flashed with a sinister glint. In the blink of an eye, the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros had already arrived in front of Zhou Lu. The dense and scorching aura was like a rock that had just emerged from the lava of a volcano. Its sharp teeth were like a hacksaw, unusually sharp. Under the spirit beast's powerful aura, Zhou Lu could not move at all. Roar. Seeing that Zhou Lu was about to become the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros food, Chu Hen, who was hiding in the dark, could not allow the situation to develop any further. However, just as Chu Hen was about to make his move, the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros suddenly stopped in its tracks. A human-like sense of caution flickered in its huge fiery eyes. She glanced at Zhou Lu cautiously, and then unexpectedly retreated. Retreated? Zhou Lu was stunned. Chu Hen could not help but sigh in relief. Spirit beasts were indeed different from ordinary little demons and great demons. This fellow was really cautious and vigilant. The astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros kept retreating. It seemed like it did not intend to enjoy the delicacy in front of it. Humph, this animal. The blood ghost sneered. He did not expect the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros to not kill it. However, since it had appeared, the blood ghost had basically achieved his goal. Since you're here, why would I let you leave? Boom! In the next instant, the blood ghost directly leaped out from the deep forest. Along with a monstrous wave of majestic aura, the surrounding leaves were all shaken and fell. Hee, evil beast. Since you're here, leave your beast blood behind. Buzz, buzz. Surging true inner energy erupted from Shui Gui's body like a torrent that had broken through a dam. A large saber with a silver ring appeared in his hand. An endless blood-red glow covered the large saber, and a violent force stirred up the chaotic airflow in all directions. A powerful cyclone of light lingered around the blade of the saber, like a ripple of light, fully displaying the power of a killer. Roar! The astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros was extremely shocked. In its haste, it immediately spat out a scorching fireball. Bang! The blood ghost waved the large blade and directly split the fireball in half like a hot knife through butter. Subsequently, the blood ghost flew up and raised the large blade above his head, fiercely chopping at the neck of the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros with the force of splitting a mountain. Bang! The violent vibration caused the ground to shake endlessly. A circle of powerful, surging, blood-colored air waves swept out in all directions. Crisscrossing cracks spread along the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros's feet. Rocks exploded and shattered inch by inch. The piercingly cold shock wave directly shattered the fallen leaves and dried branches in the surroundings into dregs. The attack that was comparable to a mountain completely struck the body of the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros. The large blade with a silver ring in the blood ghost's hand forcibly sank into the other party's flesh and spine. Roar! An incomparably mournful and furious roar was emitted from the mouth of the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros. Scarlet blood immediately burst out from the wound. The cracks on the leather armor on its body released a glaring light pattern. The light pattern was similar to a volcanic magma liquid, as if it was a mysterious and powerful rune. The scorching air waves filled the sky and covered the earth. A cluster of soaring flames rose from the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros. Countless plants and branches were burned to ashes. The surging hot air waves shoveled away a thick layer of mud and stones on the ground. Zhou Lu, who was unable to put up any defense, was sent flying. She rolled on the ground a few times and fell with her face covered in dirt. Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the blood ghost's palm suddenly became numb. The large blade with a silver ring in his hand immediately broke into two. One of the blade was embedded in the neck of the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros. Shui Gui repelled the incoming flames with a palm strike. His malevolent face became even more sinister. This animal's defense is really impressive. But it doesn't matter. I love torturing animals like you who don't know what's good for them to death. Buzz, buzz. The powerful bloodlight wrapped around the arms of the blood ghost. In an instant, the blood ghost's palms became abnormally bright and dazzling as if they were soaked in blood. They emitted a dangerous aura. Then, the blood ghost stretched out his hands at lightning speed. Each of them grabbed the two sides of the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros's wound. The fierce aura stirred the air in the surroundings. The blood ghost forcibly tore the bloody wound open again. Roar! The astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros let out a mournful cry. It shook its body, and the fire patterns on its body continuously released flames. However, these attacks were nothing to Blood Ghost, who was already prepared for them. He. Seeing the bloody wound on the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros's body continuously split open, the Blood Ghost had a ferocious and excited smile on his face. He was addicted to killing. Be it humans or monsters, they all loved to torture him to death with cruel methods. Soon, the white spine of the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros could be seen through the wound. The Blood Ghost smiled viciously. He once again reached his hand into the wound. His 5 fingers were like sharp claws as he clasped one of the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros's spine. He exerted force in his arm, and his blood vessels bulged. Crack! The spine was directly broken. The astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros's incomparably mournful cries frightened the monsters within a kilometer radius and made them run away. The more this happened, the more excited the Blood Ghost became. He enjoyed such cruel methods very much. In just a short while, the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros finally fell to the ground powerlessly and stopped moving. It was drenched in blood, and its huge head was almost separated from its body. The Blood Ghost looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. He then took out a large container and collected the beast blood that was constantly gushing out of the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros's blood vessels. Chouette Gouet laughed strangely as he collected the beast's blood. He said, "I'm done here. Soon, it'll be your soft and tender little girl's turn. I'll let you die more pleasantly than this beast, hee." As the Blood Ghost spoke, he subconsciously looked in the direction where Zhou Lu was. However, in the next second, the Blood Ghost was instantly stunned. He saw that Zhou Lu, who was just there, was nowhere to be found. Deep in the forest, a lush branch was still swaying gently. She ran away. The Blood Ghost frowned. Then, the smile on his face became even more sinister. He licked his lips with his scarlet tongue. This is fun. My favorite game is the cat chasing the mouse. If Zhou Lu ran away, the Blood Ghost's whereabouts would be exposed. In the Blood Ghost's opinion, it was best to keep his whereabouts a secret before he successfully cultivated the skill method. Subsequently, the Blood Ghost collected a full container of the astral fire sword-tooth rhinoceros's blood and put it into his storage ring. He then moved and leaped into the deep forest. Chapter 116. In the dark and damp forest, the lush foliage of the towering trees blocked the sunlight. "Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to escape." Chu Hen put his arm around Zhou Lu's shoulder and supported her as they quickly returned in the direction they came from. Although they were already out of danger, Chu Hen could still feel the fear and dread coming from Zhou Lu's body. Who was that person? Zhou Lu's voice trembled. "It's better if you don't know, but I'll bring you back," Chu Hen replied calmly. The Butcher Hand Blood Ghost was notorious and extremely vicious. A few years ago, he had caused ordinary people to tremble in fear. To deal with this kind of person, Chu Hen had no other choice but to bring Zhou Lu away as soon as possible. Seeing the calm look in Chu Hen's eyes, Zhou Lu felt a little more at ease. The youth's handsome face was full of unswerving determination. That sharp outline of his face exuded a hidden sharpness. Rustle, rustle. A rustling sound suddenly came from behind. Chu Hen and Zhou Lu's nerves instantly tensed up. A thick, dignified expression quietly filled the space between Chu Hen's eyebrows. Little mouse, I'm going to chase after you soon." The Blood Ghost's proud scream once again entered their ears. The sound was especially sharp and ear-piercing. "What should I do?" Zhou Lu gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "Chu Hen, don't worry about me. Quickly escape by yourself." Humph! The corner of Chu Hen's mouth curled up slightly. "If I escape by myself, wouldn't it be a waste of the time I spent following you for the whole night? Eat this," as he spoke. Chu Hen stuffed a red fruit into Zhou Lu's small mouth. Blood yuan fruit? Zhou Lu gently chewed twice, and a dense spiritual force immediately filled her body. The meridians that were previously sealed by the blood ghost were broken by the dense spiritual force. Zhou Lu's body was restored to its original state, and she could move freely again. Run southeast. Chu Hen said, What about you? I'll stay. No. Zhou Lu was shocked and said very seriously, We have to die together. I didn't say I would die. Chu Hen interrupted him directly. A faint purple light flickered in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. He said in a deep voice, I left a mark for Instructors Mo and the others last night. Perhaps it was because it was too dark at that time, so they didn't find this place even after a long time. What you need to do now is to run back as fast as you can and find Mentors Mo and the others. But I believe they are nearby. Of course, compared to bringing you with me, I have a better chance of escaping alone. If you don't want to be a burden to me, leave immediately. Chu Hen let go of Zhou Lu's shoulder and raised his hand to strike a gentle palm imprint on her back. Zhou Lu was shocked and anxious. She was immediately pushed back more than 10 meters. She looked back at Chu Hen worriedly, her eyes filled with mist and ripples. Let's go and find Instructors Mo and the others as soon as possible. Chu Hen said softly. Zhou Lu clenched her fists and looked at Chu Hen with red eyes. Then she hardened her heart and quickly rushed into the dense forest. In less than 10 seconds, a sinister figure with a ferocious smile caught up to them. The little mouse is hiding? The blood ghost's gaze swept around. The deep and quiet forest was abnormally quiet. Then his eyes turned cold, and he laughed coldly. He found it's hiding here. Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a blood-red energy blade shot out. It directly hit a towering tree that was more than 10 meters tall. Boom! As the powerful force descended, it directly split the huge tree into two. Wood splinters wantonly splattered as dust rose into the air. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the next second, 2 purple light beams suddenly pierced through the sky, full of wood chips. It was like a flowing light that traveled back thousands of years and attacked Shuai. The swift and fierce light beams were extremely fast, and the attack was extremely powerful. Waves of sound were set off in the air, dragging 2 almost transparent and vigorous waves of air. Shuai's expression changed slightly. Even he could feel a trace of dangerous aura from the 2 purple light beams. However, he was an expert in the core transformation stage after all. His cultivation level was the reason why he was disdainful. Insignificant skill. Shuai raised both of his palms, and a dark red arc of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! When the 2 collided, the purple beam of light hit the light curtain firmly. A violent shock comparable to the collision of mountains and rocks immediately exploded and spread out. The powerful aftermath was like the autumn wind, causing the dead branches and leaves on the ground to fly into the air. Shuai's aura suddenly surged like a surging tide. At the same time that the 2 purple light beams were shattered, the layer of red light curtain in front of Shuai was also instantly shattered into pieces. Swoosh! In the next moment, a young figure wrapped in a black aura emerged from the green mountain. A sharp spear swallowed and spat out a tyrannical Zhen Yuan power. The spear light tore through the air like a flash of light, quickly pointing at Blood Ghost's throat. Shuai's pupils involuntarily shrank. Boom! With a loud sound, Shuai's right palm that was condensed with a blood-red glow collided with the tip of the spear. The scattered true origin energy exploded like a water ball, and the leaves on the trees within a few dozen meters were all shaken off. A circle of condensed, ripple-like aftershock rippled. Shuai, who was at the core transformation realm, was directly shaken and took 2 steps back. It's you! Shuai Gui looked at the figure in front of him with a surprised expression. His eyes were still filled with disbelief. "You're actually still alive? Do you think you can kill me with this little ability of yours?" Chu Hen held the cold spear in his hand, and a domineering black glow lingered around his body. A piercingly cold and domineering aura arose spontaneously. Seeing that Chu Hen was unscathed, Shue Gui became more and more shocked. Not only did he not die, but he was also not injured at all. Where did this kid come from? "Shue Gui, you old dog, my instructor from Tensei Prefecture, is nearby. It's up to you whether you want to leave or not," Chu Hen shouted in a stern voice. Shue Gui frowned. He glanced around with the corner of his eyes and sneered. "Ha! If they wanted to come, they would have been here a long time ago. Even if I want to leave, I'll first twist your head off, you little bastard." Shue Gui had already made up his mind to kill Chu Hen and leave as soon as possible. After all, in his eyes, he could easily kill a little kid who was only at the 6th stage of the element opening realm. Buzz! An incomparably powerful aura surged toward Chu Hen like a river. A strong wind blew, and Shue Gui's figure flashed. He rushed in front of Chu Hen like a ghost. One of his hands turned into a palm blade, and he quickly slashed at Chu Hen's neck. "Little bastard, die for this, daddy." The difference in strength was obvious. Chu Hen did not even have the time to attack with his spear. Of course, Chu Hen did not plan to fight head-on with his opponent. In an instant, a bone-chilling white mysterious ice chi suddenly erupted from Chu Hen's body. The thick mysterious ice chi caused the airflow to drop to a freezing point. Shue Gui was slightly shocked. He did not expect Chu Hen to have such a move. The cold chi poured into his blood and meridians. Shue Gui's movements slowed down for a moment. It was also in this moment that a thick layer of ice shield condensed in front of Chu Hen. "Humph! You want to stop me with this level of defense?" Bang! Shue Gui's palm blade slashed on the ice shield like a blade. The shocking impact was unstoppable, and the ice shield was directly smashed into pieces. At this moment, Chu Hen's eyes focused. A demonic purple light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Nirvana, light of destruction, swoosh! 2 rays of purple light shot out from Chu Hen's eyes again. The airflow between the two became abnormally chaotic. The 2 rays of light were like shooting stars that came from the dark night sky. They blossomed with beauty for a split second and swept up an unstoppable might and killing power. Shue Gui's pupils shrank. He did not expect the 2 beams of purple light to come from Chu Hen's eyes. It was really unexpected. The 2 were so close, but Shue Gui dodged at the fastest speed possible. Hiss! Even though Blood Ghost was extremely fast, the 2 streaks of purple light still slashed across the right side of his face. His flesh was cut open, and 2 streaks of red blood gradually thickened, faintly appearing on Blood Ghost's pale and sinister face. "Bastard!" Shue Gui was shocked and angry. This little bastard, who was only at the 6th rank of the element opening realm, was actually able to break through his defense and injure him. This was unacceptable to Shue Gui. "Lie down for me!" In a rage, Shue Gui attacked Chu Hen with all his strength. Although Demon Eye had already predicted the direction of Shue Gui's true yuan, Chu Hen was still unable to dodge the attack due to the difference in their cultivation levels. Bang! Chu Hen, who had taken a solid hit from Shue Gui's palm, was directly sent flying. He crashed into several trees before falling to the ground. His chi and blood surged, and his internal organs trembled. Chu Hen spat out a mouthful of blood. Sure enough, the difference in strength was not so easy to make up for. Chu Hen shook his head and stuffed a blood yuan fruit into his mouth. The rich spiritual energy replenished Chu Hen's chi, and blood flow a little more smoothly. However, just as Chu Hen was about to retreat, the incomparably angry Shue Gui had already rushed in front of him. "Little bastard, I'm going to blow your head off. a group of red palm prints whizzed over. Chu Hen was startled, and he promptly flipped over to dodge it. Bang! In the next second, the ground where Chu Hen was just standing was blasted into a large hole. This bastard is really King Fierce. Chu Hen cursed. If he had been any slower, he would have been split into two by Shui Gui's palm. I can't take it head on. Run. Humph, you want to leave? Shui Gui naturally saw through Chu Hen's intention. He stretched out his right hand, and a surging red light quickly condensed in his palm. The restless True Yuan caused the space around him to faintly distort. Die. Boundless killing intent swept across the area. Chu Hen's pupils shrank, and a trace of panic flashed through his eyes. Swoosh! Chapter 117. Go to hell. Boundless killing intent erupted from Bloody Ghost's body, and then an extremely surging blood, red glow swiftly condensed in his palm. Circles of red light that seemed like flowing lights converged into a restless vortex of energy. Chu Hen's pupils constricted slightly. At the same time that a strand of panic flashed in his eyes, his icy cold eyes revealed boundless coldness. Swish! Suddenly, in the same instant that Shui Gui raised his boundless palm energy towards Chu Hen, a piece of verdant, jade-like willow leaf drew a beautiful arc in the air like a shooting star in the night. The willow leaf that was like a flying arrow of aurora dragged out a forceful trail of air wave as it arrived in front of Chu Hen. Moreover, it blossomed with a glimpse of startling light hiss. A wave of warm blood fluttered in midair. Bloody Ghost's eyes instantly split open from rage, and his pale face became even paler while his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Bloody Ghost's right arm was like a piece of tofu that had been cut open. His flesh, tendons, and bones were neatly severed by the willow leaf, and the wound was as smooth as a mirror. Ah! Bloody Ghost cried out in pain, and he was extremely shocked in his heart. Swoosh! Then a gust of wind blew past, and a beautiful figure, whose beauty could cause the downfall of nations, stood on the branch of a large tree behind Shui Gui. Her delicate features, matched with her long purple hair, made her look like an otherworldly fairy of the forest. Mentor Shilan. Chu Hen heaved a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart when he saw this familiar figure. I've finally arrived in time. On the other hand, Bloody Ghost was both shocked and furious, and he was so furious that his entire face warped indeterminately. Too careless. I'm really too careless. At this moment, Bloody Ghost seemed to have woken up from a dream. He should have left a long time ago. Why did he have to chase after Chu Hen? But it just so happened that he'd repeatedly underestimated this young man that seemed as weak as an ant. Bloody Ghost gritted his teeth as he held his severed arm that was bleeding incessantly, and then he leaped into the nearby forest at the fastest speed possible. Little bastard, I'll remember this. I, Bloody Ghost, will never let you off. Blood Ghost? Hearing this name, Shilan's calm face turned frosty. Obviously, she had heard of this name before. Her watery eyes glanced at Chu Hen, and her cherry lips parted as she said softly, Zuemo, and the rest will be here soon. I'll go after him. Xiao! Before Chu Hen could finish his words, Shilan had already turned into a purple shadow and disappeared. The disappearance of danger caused Chu Hen's heart to finally relax. He glanced sideways at the severed arm of Blood Ghost on the ground and could not help but secretly exclaim in admiration. Mentor Shilan's cultivation is really unfathomable. Chu Hen's eyes lit up, and his eyes suddenly fell on a storage ring worn on the middle finger of the severed arm. Then Chu Hen took off the storage ring and scanned it with his consciousness. Ha! This thief has quite a collection. What is that? The blood of the astral fire, sword-tooth rhinoceros? What's the purpose of Blood Ghost collecting this thing? Forget it. I'll bring it back and study it later. After saying that, Chu Hen casually put Blood Ghost's storage ring into his own pocket. After a short moment of hesitation, Chu Hen did not continue to wait for Zhuo Emo and the rest. Instead, he used the Demon Punisher spear to mark the direction of an arrow on a big tree and left a line of simple words. I'll go help mentor Shilan chase after Blood Ghost. Then, Chu Hen moved and followed the direction that Blood Ghost and Shilan left in. Rustle, rustle. Not long after Chu Hen left, a series of soft footsteps made a slight, rustling sound as they stepped on the fallen leaves. Then, a figure wearing a long black dress walked out of the forest. From her appearance, she looked like a cold and elegant woman around 25 years old. Her appearance could not be said to be a peerless beauty, but it belonged to the rare upper class. Moreover, the temperament that she exuded had a unique charm that could not be described with words. The woman's beautiful eyes turned and fell on the line of words left on the tree trunk. Her gaze lingered on the 2 words Shilan for a while, and a cold, intense surged between her brows. Then, she quietly left the place. Chu Hen followed the direction that Shilan left in. After half an hour, he directly left the lush forest and arrived at a mountain range. As far as the eye could see, the undulating mountain ranges were like dragons crawling on the ground. In the distance, white dust and smoke filled the air, and abundant spiritual energy was full of vitality. In the distance, the bottom could not be seen. The mountain range was vast and boundless, and the mountain was steep and majestic. After a while, Chu Hen found a beautiful figure with long purple hair on the edge of a cliff. Tutor! Chu Hen's handsome eyebrows relaxed, and he hurriedly walked to the side of Tutor Shilan. When he walked closer, he saw that Shilan was not alone. On the edge of the cliff, there was a corpse with 2 eyes wide open, and it died with a grievance. It was the Butcher Hand vampire. A trace of surprise flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. It seemed that the Blood Ghost was chased to the edge of the cliff and had nowhere to retreat to, and finally he was killed by Shilan. However, Shilan stood quietly on the edge of the cliff, and at her feet was a bottomless abyss. The cool mountain breeze blew in her face, and it pulled at Shilan's beautiful light purple hair. Deep in the ripples of her watery eyes, there was a hint of heartbreaking melancholy. Tutor! Chu Hen tried to call out softly and asked with some confusion, What's wrong with you? Shilan did not answer, as if she did not hear anything. She just looked at the scenery in front of her. Chu Hen could not help but be a little confused. What kind of person was Tutor Shilan? In the past, he only knew that she spoke very little and would not communicate too much with others. Now, it seemed that there was something in her heart that was not known to others. After nearly half a cup of tea's time, Shilan finally turned around. Let's go. Chu Hen was stunned at first, and then said, Tutor, thank you for saving me again. I haven't properly thanked you for the previous 2 times. It's nothing. Shilan's beautiful eyes lifted slightly, and she looked at Chu Hen indifferently. She said, You did very well this time, but don't force yourself in the future. If you are not as strong as others, just run away. No one will blame you. Chu Hen smiled. I believe you are nearby. However, there was no smile on Shilan's face. Placing your hopes on others will only reduce your chances of survival. When she said this, there was a faint flash of sadness in Shilan's eyes. Yes, I understand, Tutor. Chu Hen nodded. Shilan did not say anything more and turned to leave. Chu Hen followed behind, and there was a hint of more relaxed between his eyebrows than before. Suddenly, just as the 2 of them reached the path down the mountain, a melodious flute sound came without any warning. There was a sudden flute sound in the forest, which made Chu Hen's heart skip a beat. The sound of the flute was long, as if it passed through the wind and rain, the mountains and rivers, and the sea of people. When people heard it, it seeped into their souls and tugged at their heartstrings. This flute sound is really nice. Chu Hen sighed. Shilan, who was walking in front, frowned slightly. The next moment, the rhythm of the light and moving flute sound suddenly changed, and an invisible sense of sadness and depression surged. Then, something even more unexpected happened. With Chu Hen and Shi Lan as the center, the airflow within 100 meters of them became abnormally chaotic, and the wind suddenly rose. The sky changed color. The bright and sunny sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds in an instant, and the bright light quickly disappeared. Darkness swallowed this space. In just a few blinks of an eye, everywhere that Chu Hen could see turned into an endless area of darkness. Except for Shi Lan, who was not far ahead, everything was submerged in darkness. The sound of the flute lingering in his ears became more and more sad and depressed. Teacher. Chu Hen called out, but Shi Lan was indifferent. Chu Hen hurriedly walked in front of Shi Lan, but he was surprised to find that at this moment Shi Lan's eyes were closed, as if she was sleeping while standing. But Chu Hen knew that she was not asleep, because Shi Lan's breathing was very rapid and heavy, and her slender eyebrows were tightly knitted together, as if she was immersed in a nightmare. Someone was targeting Shi Lan. Chu Hen clenched his fists, and a heavy expression appeared on his face. Looking at the surrounding pitch-black space, it was as if he had fallen into an abyss where he could not see the sun or the moon. Thinking back to the flute sound just now, 3 words suddenly popped up in Chu Hen's mind. Pattern artist. And it was an array pattern artist. The category of pattern artist was very broad, and the most common ones were array pattern artist, alchemy pattern artist, crafting pattern artist. The most troublesome ones were array pattern artists. They could control the power of runes and set up a formation without anyone knowing. Once someone broke into the formation, they would be like prey that fell into a hunter's trap and would be at the mercy of the other party. Pattern artists also had a strict hierarchy, and the person who had the ability to trap Shi Lan was definitely a high-level pattern artist. The more Chu Hen thought about it, the more shocked he was. Looking at the entire Sacred Star dynasty, there were only a few high-level pattern artists, and all of them were well-known figures. But who was targeting Shi Lan? Senior, I wonder how we have offended you? I hope that Senior can show yourself. Chu Hen's gaze swept across his surroundings. It was pitch black, and he could only hear the sorrowful flute sound. The suppressed flute sound was like an unceasing stream, pouring into his soul and touching his heartstrings. Even though the other party was not targeting him, Chu Hen was still affected by the flute sound, and all sorts of sorrowful and negative emotions surged into his heart like a tide. Senior, secretly hurting people like this is damaging your identity as a high-level pattern artist. May I ask what kind of grudge you have with teacher Shi Lan? Why do you want to harm people like this? Chu Hen's words still did not receive any reply. However, just at this time the energy ripples in this area started to become intense and restless. Above Chu Hen's head, rays of silver light suddenly appeared. The light slanted downwards. It was actually the ice-cold rainwater. Chapter 118. Whoosh! The raindrops that fell from the sky splashed on her face, and it was bone-chilling. In the darkness, Shi Lan's fair skin faintly glowed with an illusory light. Buzz! A white light flashed, and Shi Lan's consciousness became clear. However, at this moment, a different scene appeared in front of her. It was so familiar yet unspeakable. Sister, I'm going to set off tomorrow for the 100th mission that the sect has given me. As long as I complete this mission, I'll be able to complete 100 missions consecutively before my 15th birthday. By then, among the disciples in the entire sect, I'll be second only to Sister's record. On the rooftop of a magnificent building, a 14 or 15-year-old youth sat on the railing at the edge of the rooftop. His clear eyes were filled with brilliance, and the corners of his lips were slightly raised, carrying a hint of pride. Following that, a beautiful girl with long purple hair walked to his side, her gentle and moving eyes filled with love. Shi Qin, I heard that this mission isn't simple. I've already applied to the Great Elder. I'll also participate in the mission that you're going to carry out tomorrow. No. The youth called Shi Chen rejected immediately. Sister, you're now the highest-ranking palace disciple in the sect, and you're even more qualified to fight for the position of sect leader in the future. The mission that I'm carrying out is far from your standard, so it's not suitable for you to participate. Furthermore, I want to complete these 100 missions with my own strength. But can't I just watch from the side? I won't do anything. The purple-haired girl smiled faintly. That won't do either. As long as you're by the side, everyone will definitely listen to you. Don't forget that I'm now the leader of the 18th squad. Furthermore, the overall commander of this mission is Senior Brother Wu Yu. With him as the overall commander, you can rest assured. Seeing the youth's serious and determined look, the purple-haired girl could only say no more. All right then, but you have to promise, sister, that if you encounter any danger, you must retreat at the best moment. You can't delay, and don't think that you'll get lucky. Yes, sister, I can recite all these that you've said. You've said it 100 times. Have I? Of course. You're too long-winded. If you continue to nag, which man would dare to want you? You're looking for a beating. The purple-haired girl opened her hand and hit him. The boy subconsciously shrunk his neck and pretended to be afraid as he closed his eyes. However, his sister's palm did not land on his body. The boy opened his eyes and saw the purple-haired girl's fair and slender hand open up. In her palm was a sharp saber. Wow! Limitless Fang? When Shi Chen saw the saber in front of him, his eyes immediately lit up and his face filled with excitement. It was a saber that looked a little like a sword. It was more than 3 feet long, 4 centimeters wide, and about the same thickness as a sword. At the end of the saber, only the edge of the blade had a sharp curve. The back of the saber was straight, and there were 9 sharp teeth in the center. The color of the saber was black, and the edge was silver-white. There were mysterious runes engraved on the body of the saber that looked like the fangs of a ferocious beast. An obscure and restless energy fluctuation was vaguely released. Is this really the Limitless Fang that's ranked 19th on the spirit weapon ranking? Shi Chen's eyes were filled with disbelief. Big sister, where did you get it? It's so cool. Limitless Fang, can I touch it? The purple-haired girl had a charming smile on her face. Idiot, this Limitless Fang was originally a gift for you. What, for me? Yes, this is a gift for completing 100 sect missions. I originally planned to give it to you on the day you came back, but now I'm giving it to you in advance. I wish you the best of luck in completing tomorrow's mission. Waha, that's great, that's great. Big sister, I love you to death. Shi Chen impatiently took the black saber from the purple-haired girl's hand. It vibrated slightly, showing off its sharpness. The boy directly stood on the railing of the rooftop and raised the black saber in his hand. He was in high spirits, and his entire body exuded the sharpness and vitality of youth. Ha! I finally got the Limitless Fang. One day, I, Shi Chen, will become the most powerful man in the world. The boy shouted to the beautiful mountains and rivers in front of him. The purple-haired girl standing behind him had a smile on her face, and her eyes were filled with love. Although she had spent a lot of effort and resources on this Limitless Fang saber, as long as her brother liked it, it was worth it. The next evening, clang! Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, and wind and rain intertwined. A few lightly dressed figures moved at the fastest speed in the depths of the lush forest. The purple-haired girl in the lead furrowed her brows and bit her red lips, allowing the cold rain to fall on her beautiful face. For hours ago, the sect had received news that the team led by Wu Yu had been attacked by the enemy. Due to the miscalculation of the number of enemies, 3 teams had suffered heavy losses, and among them, Team 18 had suffered the most. Shi Chen, nothing must happen to you. Big sister will be by your side very soon. The girl's gentle eyes were almost dripping with tears. Boom! Bolt after bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, and the dazzling lightning constantly lit up the dark night. The rain grew heavier, and the water on the ground formed a river. The purple-haired girl finally reached her brother's side, but what awaited her was endless sorrow. Big sister, I'm sorry." The young man lay powerlessly under a large tree. His companions had already given up on saving him. His internal organs had been smashed, and no one could save him. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and the dazzling red color was gradually diluted and melted under the rain. The limitless Fong was stabbed into the ground beside the young man, and the black saber was still unusually sharp. Shi Chen. The purple-haired girl's face was already indistinguishable from rain and tears. She knelt beside the young man, and her heart was filled with guilt. I'm sorry. I should have followed you." No. "I am sorry, big sister. I can't continue to be your proud little brother. Find me a sister, a brother-in-law. Let him accompany and take care of you." Thud! The young man's hand slipped from the purple-haired girl's palm and landed gently on the ground, causing a splash. The young man's pupils quickly became unfocused, and he slowly closed his eyes as his vitality drained away. The purple-haired girl's delicate body trembled, and she covered her face with her hands. She was in extreme pain. Shi Chen, boom! Thunder and lightning intertwined as if they were going to shatter this part of the world. Under the dazzling light of the lightning, the black saber named Limitless Fong shone with a cold, sharp light. The patterns of the beast's fangs on the body of the saber were slightly fierce and ferocious. Shi Chen. In the boundless dark space, crystalline tears flowed continuously from the corners of Shi Lan's closed eyes. The tears streaked down her cheeks, and they glowed with an illusory, transparent luster. "Teacher, Shi Lan, wake up!" Chu Hen shook Shi Lan's shoulder gently and called out loudly. However, Shi Lan seemed to have fallen into a quagmire of nightmares, and she couldn't wake up no matter what. Thick sorrow enveloped Shi Lan, and her aura grew weaker and weaker. At this moment, at the peak of a mountain, a cold and elegant woman, dressed in black, was holding a jade flute with both hands. Her red lips were pressed against the flute's mouth, and a repressed and sorrowful flute sound reverberated continuously. The repressed sound of the flute turned into circles of invisible ripples, and the space faintly distorted. Like ripples on the surface of water, the ripples spread in all directions. This hate illusory formation was specially researched by me for you. Shi Lan, no matter how powerful your cultivation is, you will ultimately be unable to resist your inner demons. That matter has always been your greatest Achilles heel. As long as my flute sound doesn't disappear, you will always be trapped in your heart's dream, unable to free yourself. The woman in black said coldly, "What should I do?" Seeing that he couldn't wake Shi Lan up, Chu Hen became even more anxious. This couldn't go on. He had to think of a way to break the formation. Although Chu Hen had never come into contact with the profession of formation rune master before, he had heard about it from Long Zhan when he was in the general's mansion of Burning Rain City. When a rune master activated a formation, he controlled the power of the runes as the pivot of the entire formation. As long as he found the pivot and destroyed the leading rune, he would be able to break the formation. And even if one of the runes was destroyed, the formation would not be able to function normally. Where was the leading pivot rune? Immediately, Chu Hen calmed his heart and released the power of his true qi. He spread his true qi outwards to sense the power transfer point of this formation. However, the other party didn't seem to intend to give Chu Hen this chance. Buzz, buzz! Along with an extremely dangerous wave of power, the rain falling from the sky instantly transformed into sharp water arrows. Thousands upon thousands of water arrows surged with boundless killing intent, covering the sky and covering the earth as they flew over. Among them, only a small part was aimed at Chu Hen. The main target was Shi Lan, who was trapped in a nightmare and unable to extricate herself. Damn it! Chu Hen's expression changed. That person actually wanted to kill Shilan. Without any hesitation, Chu Hen directly summoned the Demon Slayer spear and picked up a dazzling spear light to meet the flying water arrows. Bang! A series of muffled explosions reverberated in the air. There were no overly violent collisions of forces, but the water arrows were shattered into rain, splashing and scattering between heaven and earth. Just as Chu Hen thought, the other party's main target was Shilan. Nearly 100% of the formation's power was used to deal with Shilan. Only a very small amount of power was used to restrict Chu Hen. Otherwise, a formation set up by a high-level rune master would be enough to blast Chu Hen into pieces in an instant. But even if that was the case to Chu Hen, the current situation did not allow him to have the slightest bit of optimism. Swoosh, swoosh! Countless water arrows flew over. If Chu Hen was alone, he might be able to hold on for a while. However, in order to protect Shilan behind him, Chu Hen's body was already covered with bloody wounds from the water arrows. Chapter 119. The melodious sound of the flute was like a long trickle of water, like the softest memory in the depths of everyone's heart. It was sad and hurtful. In the Wuhan illusory array, darkness shrouded this space. Sharp water arrows were like the flowing light shuttles across the night sky, rolling up a dense murderous aura to attack Chu Hen and Shilan. In order to protect Shilan, who was behind him, Chu Hen's body had already been slashed by the densely packed water arrows, leaving behind bloody wounds. Buzz! Suddenly, an even more ferocious wave of might swept over. The raindrops flying in the sky quickly gathered from all directions, and then condensed into a sharp water spear. Xiao, the incomparably powerful water spear, fell from the sky like a meteor, sweeping toward Shilan at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to follow. Chu Hen was shocked. The speed of this attack had made it impossible for him to touch it. Shilan, who was deep in the nightmare, did not notice the arrival of danger at all. Her closed eyes were constantly overflowing with tears. Hiss! The sharp sound was unusually harsh, and a wisp of blood flew out, splashing on Shilan's delicate face, which was particularly bright and gorgeous. However, the water spear did not hurt Shilan. In front of her stood a slender young figure. Chu Hen was facing Shilan, and the distance between their faces was no more than 10 centimeters. Chu Hen could even feel her heavy breathing and the faint, fresh body fragrance. Chu Hen's eyes were wide open, and his handsome face became a little gloomy. The water spear directly pierced through Chu Hen's left shoulder from his back, and the severe pain spread all over his body, numbing every nerve. Shilan's ravishing beauty was right in front of him. Crystalline tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, giving off a heart-wrenching sense of poignant sorrow. Mentor, in order to thank you for saving me 3 times, this time let me help you out of this predicament. Chu Hen's gentle tone revealed a heroic and domineering aura. Demon Eye power. Buzz. In the next instant, an incomparably surging aura abruptly exploded from Chu Hen's body. The dense purple light was like a heaven-shocking wave that rose. In an instant, Chu Hen's pitch-black pupils instantly turned into a bewitching purple. In the deepest part of his pupils, 2 tiny black dots emitted an astonishing energy fluctuation. A circle of vigorous purple light rose from Chu Hen's body, and the water spear that pierced his shoulder was directly shattered. Buzz! The power of the demon eye was constantly released, and Chu Hen's visual space was violently turbulent. The source of all the power fluctuations in this space began to be captured by Chu Hen. Front and back, left and right, there were more than 100 power fluctuations. Chu Hen understood that these more than 100 power sources were the power of the runes that created this formation, and each rune released a strong power. In Chu Hen's perception, the might displayed by every rune was like layers upon layers of ripples undulating on the surface of a calm water. The demon, holy body, can really see through the structure of this formation. There was no extra time to be surprised. Chu Hen rushed to the position of the nearest rune as fast as he could. As long as this rune was destroyed, the formation would certainly not be able to operate normally. However, at this moment, the melody of the flute changed again and became more depressed and sad. A dangerous aura that was stronger than before came attacking, and only 2 sharp water swords could be seen flying across the sky, like a stream of light that traced back thousands of years, attacking Shilon. The sword momentum was like lightning, and the killing intent was awe-inspiring. Chu Hen clenched his teeth, moved his palm, and sent out his arm. The demon Punisher spear, which was surrounded by dense black and purple light, swept up a wave of berserk power and attacked a dark area in front of him. Buzz, buzz. The demonic purple light and the overbearing black light were like 2 spiritual snakes wrapped around the body of the spear. This spear gathered the most powerful power of Chu Hen at present. There was a burst of waves in the air, and the rapid sound of wind breaking was unusually sharp and ear-piercing. The demon slayer's spear blossomed with a brilliant holy light, which was unusually bright and dazzling in this darkness. "Break for me!" Chu Hen shouted angrily. Bang! A heavy tremor suddenly exploded, and the demon slayer's spear struck the air in front of him like a piece of divine iron. Then the space was violently distorted, and a strange golden rune appeared. The tip of the demon slayer spear hit the rune. Fine cracks instantly covered the entire body of the rune. Then there was a muffled bang, and the rune exploded, turning into crystal fragments that filled the sky. At this critical moment, the 2 water swords that attacked Shilon shattered into countless water droplets when they were but a finger's width away from her delicate body. The chaotic air waves set off a strong gust of wind, and Shilon's long purple hair was elegant and charming. Then Chu Hen shouted, "Mentor, it's time to wake up." "It's time to wake up." The subtle sound seemed to overturn the mountains and rivers, fly over the sea of people, and pour into the depths of Shilon's heart, gently causing a faint layer of ripples to appear in her heart. In an instant, Shilon's delicate body trembled violently, and a huge aura leaked out from her body. Her watery eyes opened. That sorrowful dream was instantly shattered. Buzz! Shilon's cold eyes swept across the extremely unstable dark space in front of her, and her fair and slender hands began to form all kinds of complicated seals. Threads of silver light lingered around Shilon's fingertips, and the restless power caused the spiritual energy in the surroundings to fluctuate. When the last seal was completed, Shilon's aura was like that of the vast ocean, incomparably majestic. Her red lips opened slightly, and she shouted coldly, "Release!" Boom! The rolling thunder was like a shocking wave, and a circle of bright silver light spread in all directions with Shilon as the center. A strong wind suddenly rose, sweeping in all directions, and the amazing impact of the power was like a bright ring of stars blooming in the 9 heavens. The ground collapsed layer by layer and cracked inch by inch, and stones flew wildly. Chu Hen covered his face with his arms and was almost blown away by the terrifying aftermath. And then something amazing happened. He saw that the darkness that surrounded the world quickly faded and was replaced by bright light. Chu Hen's pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes and ears regained their clarity. The sadness that was pressing down on his heart also disappeared in an instant. "I'm saved." Chu Hen sincerely breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time the purple light in his eyes quickly returned to the normal dark color. Chapter 120. The mountains were high and steep, and the wind was cold. The undulating peaks formed the mysterious and dangerous Tian Chi mountain range. In the depths of the mountain range, the roars of demonic beasts interweaved into a magnificent symphony. On the peak of one of the peaks, a beautiful woman, dressed in black, had a layer of frost on her face. Her slightly furrowed eyebrows were filled with anger. "Damn bastard! How dare he ruin my plans!" The woman held the jade flute in her hand so tightly that her knuckles turned slightly white. The Hate Illusory Array was a formation that she had specially set up for Shilan to evoke the most painful memories in her heart, causing her to fall into a nightmare that she would not be able to extricate herself from. In that situation, Shilan would be defenseless, and any water arrow would be able to take her life. But who would have thought that Chu Hen, whom she had almost ignored from the beginning, would ruin her plans? This was because Chu Hen's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the element opening realm. Because of this, she did not take Chu Hen seriously. Almost all the power of the Hate Illusory Array was used to deal with Shilan. She did not expect that she would underestimate Chu Hen's strength because of her carelessness and disdain. Who is that brat? The woman's eyes narrowed. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to detect the structure of this formation, let alone destroy the rune core that operated the formation. What was that purple light just now? Teacher, you are here. Just as the cold and elegant woman was deep in thought, a sweet and moving female voice suddenly rang out. Following that, a slender and elegant young lady walked over. The young lady wore a white floral dress, and there was not a single flaw on her exquisite facial features. Meng Shang, why are you here? The cold woman's frosty face softened a little when she saw the young girl. To find you, of course. We are all waiting for you to go to St. Bell's City with us. The young girl replied, I know. Teacher, why do you look so pale? What happened? The young girl's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. The cold woman shook her head lightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. What else could happen to me? All right. The gentle, beautiful, generous, and virtuous Imperial Martial Academy's best core instructor. Big Sister Red Lotus, should we leave now? The young girl smiled lightly. Hearing the young girl's words, the elegant woman couldn't help but laugh, and the last traces of frost on her face disappeared. She gently patted the girl's forehead. You're such a sweet talker, Xiaoya. I'm telling the truth. Have you ever seen me praise someone like that? Hong Lian smiled and shook her head. She immediately kept the jade flute and said, Let's go. Meng Chong. The bottom of the bottomless cliff was shrouded in clouds. In a place several hundred meters away from the precipice, there were piles of rubble. A large area of the ground had been shattered into ruins. Shi Lan's delicate eyes were filled with complex emotions as she looked at the youth not far away from her. 2 lines of dried tears could be seen on her pretty face. Chu Hen was currently sitting paralyzed on the ground, gasping for breath. There were at least 30 wounds all over his body, but none of them were fatal. However, it was still a ghastly sight that made one unable to bear to see it. Teacher, are you all right? Chu Hen shakily crawled up from the ground, a carefree smile on his face. Shilan didn't say anything, and only looked at him quietly. Teacher, why are you looking at me like that? Are there flowers on my face? As Chu Hen spoke, he subconsciously touched his face. When he walked in front of Shilan, he found that her face was extremely pale, and her aura was extremely weak. Teacher! Before he finished speaking, Shilan's body went limp, and she almost collapsed. Chu Hen hurriedly went forward to support her shoulders, then brought her to sit beside a large rock, and made Shilan lean against the stone wall. The no-hatred illusory array just now had already exhausted Shilan. Coupled with the huge consumption from breaking the array just now, Shilan's current state was especially weak. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. Shilan's voice was weak. She looked at the injuries on Chu Hen's body and said, Your injuries, I'm fine, they're just superficial wounds. Chu Hen smiled disapprovingly, then took out a blood yuan fruit and handed it to Shilan. Teacher, eat this. It can help you recover your vitality faster. Thank you. Shilan didn't reject Chu Hen's good intentions. Her fair and slender fingers took the blood yuan fruit and put it in her mouth. You're welcome. You've helped me so many times, and I still haven't thanked you properly. By the way, teacher, Who was it that wanted to harm you just now? It seemed to be an advanced tattoo master, an old acquaintance. Shilan replied faintly, and a touch of sadness appeared on her pale face. But seeing that Shilan didn't want to talk about it, Chu Hen didn't ask any more. Teacher Shilan, junior brother Chu Hen. A faint call came from afar. It's Hauzi's voice. Teachers Mo and the others are here. Chu Hen's heart lit up. After looking at Shilan, he jumped onto a large rock that was more than 2 meters high and shouted, "We're here! Teachers Mo, senior brother Hauzi, over here!" Chu Hen shouted as he scanned his surroundings. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a blurry black shadow suddenly traversed the void. A void-piercing realm powerhouse. Chu Hen was shocked, looking at the shadow moving rapidly in the sky. His face was full of surprise. On the path of martial arts, only powerhouses with cultivation above the void-piercing realm could step on the air and soar in the sky. Looking at the entire Sacred Star dynasty, the number of void-piercing realm powerhouses could be counted, and all of them were prominent figures. So far, Chu Hen had only seen 2 people with the strength of the void-piercing realm. One was the governor of the Tensei Prefecture, Principal Jiang. The other was the mysterious woman, Xia Qing, whom he met a few months ago in the Boneless Mountains. At that time, Chu Hen witnessed the battle between Xia Qing and the Beast King, the Ice Moon Demon Wolf, and only then did he know how terrifying the strength of a void-piercing realm powerhouse was. Therefore, when Chu Hen saw the black shadow in the sky, he couldn't help but feel frightened. Then, something unexpected happened to Chu Hen. He saw that the void-piercing realm powerhouse in the void was actually attacking this side, and his target was impressively Chu Hen. The opponent flashed from far to near, and Chu Hen's pupils gradually reflected the face of an old man in his 60s with white hair. This was an old man with eyes as small as peanuts, and his small eyes were filled with a sneaky light. He looked at Chu Hen and unconsciously grinned. Chapter 121. Hee, little guy, do me a favor. A white-bearded old man with small eyes suddenly fell from the sky. Moreover, he was an expert with the strength of the void-piercing realm, and inexplicably said such a sentence to Chu Hen. This really made Chu Hen stunned in place. Who are you? Stay away from him. Shilan, who had not yet fully recovered, stood up, her eyebrows slightly knitted, and her cold eyes were full of caution as she looked at the person. There's also a little girl, and a pretty little girl. Hee, sorry, this old man's eyes are too small, and I didn't see so many people. The old man's small eyes flashed with a sneaky light, and then, without waiting for Shilan to say anything, he grabbed Chu Hen's shoulder. Little guy, I don't have much time. Come with me first. You, whoosh. Before his voice fell, the old man directly took Chu Hen off the ground and turned into a shadow that swept towards the sky. Chu Hen! Shilan's expression changed greatly. Hee, little girl, don't worry. This old man will not hurt your little boyfriend. I will send him back to you tomorrow. Hee, damn, old man, don't talk nonsense. He is a mentor and I am his student. Chu Hen said with some dissatisfaction. TSK, 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 who are you lying to? What were the tutor and the student doing in the wilderness? You guys are really interesting. Look at you. Your clothes are torn. Sigh, children nowadays. It's getting more and more outrageous. Listening to the other person's nonsense, Chu Hen could not help but have black lines on his forehead. Wait, where are you taking me? Don't worry, we will be there soon. In a few blinks of an eye, the white-haired old man with small eyes disappeared into the distant sky with Chu Hen. Shilan stood in the same place, her lily-white hands clenched together, and her eyes surged with a trace of powerless worry. This feeling was somewhat similar to what had happened a few years ago. But even so, the other party was a top powerhouse at the level of void-piercing realm, and Shilan could only watch helplessly and could not stop it. Mentor Shilan. At the same time, the people from Tensei Prefecture, led by Mentor Mo, finally arrived. Lei Zhen and the others from St. Bell City were among them. Mentor Shilan, are you all right? Lei Zhen asked politely. Mentor, where's Chu Hen? Where's Chu Hen? Zhou Lu had a nervous look on her face. Previously, she had managed to escape from Blood Ghost's clutches with Chu Hen's help. But Chu Hen was in deep danger. If something were to happen to Chu Hen, Zhou Lu would not be able to live in peace for the rest of her life. Mu Feng, Haozi, Hiqingyuan, and the others were also confused. Screech! Before Shilan could answer their questions, a loud eagle's cry resounded through the mountains and rivers. Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they raised their heads to look at the sky. 3 gigantic beasts spread their wings, shuttling through the void and rapidly moving forward. The 3 beasts were more than 100 meters wide when they spread their wings. They looked a bit like eagles, but they had a long snake tail. The beast's body was covered in fine scales, and under the sunlight, it was as resplendent as a gemstone. 9th level spirit beast, wind snake eagle. Lei Zhen from St. Bell City said the names of the 3 beasts. His tone was full of fear. There were many beasts in the Sky Lake Mountains, and there was no lack of powerful beasts above spirit beasts. However, within 100 miles of St. Bell City, the highest level of spirit beasts would not be higher than 6th level spirit beasts. As for those above 6th level spirit beasts, they were all deeper in the mountains. Now that 3 9th level spirit beasts had appeared, everyone was surprised. There are people on the snake eagles. Mu Feng shouted. Huh. Everyone was startled, and they looked again. Sure enough, there were about 20 to 30 people on the back of the 3 winged terror serpent eagles. All of them wore tight clothes and carried sharp weapons on their backs, and every single one of them emitted an extremely fierce and sharp aura. What was even more surprising was that each of them wore a mask on their faces. When they passed by the crowd, one of them subconsciously lowered his head and glanced at the crowd. Despite the distance, everyone seemed to be able to feel the cold, sharp gaze behind the mask. Experts, absolute experts. Almost every one of them was emitting a bloody and murderous aura. Only after years of cruel killings could they be endowed with such a chilling aura. This is... Zuiamo and the other mentors from Tensei Prefecture looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It's the royal family's dark elite team. A few clear and heavy words came out of Zuiamo's mouth. As soon as they heard the words, royal family's dark elite team, everyone's expression changed. Everyone in Saint Star Dynasty knew that the royal family's dark elite team was the dynasty's highest and most confidential mission execution team. The dark elite team was only loyal to the royal family. Every member of the royal family's dark elite team, from birth to death, would have their personal information kept confidential. As long as they were executing a mission, they would wear a mask. Usually, even if they were walking on the street, you might not be able to recognize them. With so many experts from the Dark Elite team, it seems like this is no small matter. A mentor from Tensei Prefecture said cautiously, "It's better for us not to get involved in the affairs of the royal family. Let's return to St. Bell City as soon as possible." So Emo said. Shilan looked at the 3 winged serpent eagles that disappeared into the sky. They were heading in the direction where Chu Hen was taken by the mysterious elder. In other words, Chu Hen was already in an unknown danger. Mentors Wamo, yes. You bring them back first. What about you? I'll bring Chu Hen back. What? Everyone was stunned. Did something really happen to Chu Hen? Shilan didn't say anything. Her beautiful eyes rippled with an indescribable complexity and solemnity. Screech! The winged serpent eagles moved extremely fast. The 3 black dots were moving rapidly in the mountain range below. The magnificent mountains and forests in front of them were like a green ocean. Between the undulating mountains, the peaks were high and precipitous. The cliffs were thousands of feet high, and there were countless dangerous rivers and ridges. Your Highness, That seems to be a training team from Tensei Prefecture. On the winged serpent eagle in the middle, a man wearing a silver mask said respectfully to a woman in luxurious clothes who was at the front. The woman also wore a mask. Compared to the others, there were a few simple patterns on her mask. The patterns were red with a few simple strokes. It looked like a small cat. The woman's beautiful black hair fluttered in the wind. Although her clothes were loose, one could still see her alluring curves. Even though he was wearing a mask on his face, his innate elegance and elegance were still difficult to conceal. Don't worry about anything else. Our mission is to catch the thief, rat god, and retrieve the item. The woman said calmly. No one could tell if she was happy or angry. Yes, at this moment, in the sky above the Tianqi mountain range, Chu Hen grabbed the mysterious old man's arm tightly. He did not dare to say anything. Hey, kid, why are you holding this old man so tightly? My old bones are about to be broken. I say, senior, can we fly lower? Chu Hen said. Hee, so you're afraid of heights. You're too timid. How high is this? Don't worry. With this old man here, you won't fall to your death. At most, you'll break your arms and legs. The mysterious old man joked. Your uncle. Chu Hen could not help but curse in his heart. He looked at the majestic towering mountains and precipitous ridges below. The vast and boundless mountain range was like the bones of a dragon crawling on the ground. There was an indescribable grandeur to it. I say, senior, why did you capture me? Can you tell me now? Chu Hen was actually quite anxious, but he did not show it. After all, the other party was a top expert in the void-piercing realm. It would be easy for him to kill him. Since he knew that resistance was useless, Chu Hen could only take it one step at a time. You're quite smart, kid. If it was someone else, they would probably be crying out of fright. This old man likes courageous juniors. Not bad, not bad. You're not answering the question. I'll tell you. Hold on tight, don't fall. The mysterious old man changed the topic. His tiny eyes flashed with a bright light. Then his figure swept across, drawing an arc in the void with Chu Hen, and swept towards a mountain stream below. Damn! Chu Hen, who was caught off guard, was almost thrown out by the other party. His heart almost jumped out. The mysterious old man laughed heartily. Chu Hen directly cursed the 18 generations of this damned old man's ancestors in his heart one after another. Swoosh! The mysterious old man dragged Chu Hen, dragging a series of shadows in the void. Then they arrived at the waist of a mountain stream, and halfway up the mountain there was a cave. It was dark and abnormally cold. Then, without saying anything, the mysterious old man directly brought Chu Hen into the cave. Hiss! The moment the two of them entered, a huge, one-horned fire python issued a danger signal. But before the fire python could attack, the mysterious old man struck out with his palm, abruptly turning the fire python of the spiritual beast level into meat paste. Chu Hen unconsciously felt a chill down his spine. The strength of this old man was really not for show. It seemed that it was better for him to be more obedient. Old senior, why did you bring me here? Hey, little guy, don't worry. As long as you listen to me obediently, I promise you can go back safe and sound. Of course, but old senior, I'm just an ordinary disciple of a high-level martial house. How can I help you? Chapter 122. It's very simple. I want you to help me copy something. The mysterious old man said to Chu Hen in a serious tone. What is it? Screech! Before the two could finish speaking, the loud and powerful cry of the winged serpent eagle came directly from outside. It caught up so quickly. The mysterious old man frowned slightly and immediately took out a strange item without hesitation. The item emitted a dazzling golden light that caused Chu Hen to squint his eyes. What was it? Chu Hen focused and saw that the other party was holding a golden book in his hand. With a single glance, it was obvious that it was not an ordinary item. The golden book was tightly closed and was about 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. There were 2 golden leaves printed on the cover of the golden book. "Senior, what is this?" Chu Hen revealed a puzzled expression. "You don't need to ask any more." The mysterious old man placed the golden book in front of Chu Hen, then took out a blank scroll and brush and placed them on the ground. "Listen carefully. Use your fastest time to copy down the contents of this golden book. After you're done, throw this golden book here and leave with the copy." "Leave? This is the edge of a cliff. How can I leave?" Chu Hen replied angrily. "There's a river below. You won't fall to your death. Your life is not yours. Of course you don't care." "Ha! Little fellow, as long as you help me with this. This old man will give you a spirit weapon after this is done." Chu Hen's eyes lit up. "Spirit weapon." "That's right, and it's a treasure that's ranked on the spirit weapon ranking." It was rumored that in the central region of the vast thousand world, there was a mountain range that pierced through the clouds. At the peak of the heavenly mountain stood a towering stone tablet called the Divine Armament Ranking. The God Weapon Ranking was a collection of the patterns and rankings of the countless weapons in the world. There were 3 great rankings on the Divine Weapon Rankings. There were the Spirit Weapon Rankings, the Saint Weapon Rankings, and the Divine Weapon Rankings that were only recorded in ancient books. Any weapon that was able to enter the Divine Weapon Ranking would definitely be a treasure that countless people would fight over until their heads bled. Now, an old man who he had never had any dealings with before actually told Chu Hen that as long as he helped him copy something, he would be given a spiritual weapon. Moreover, it would be a spiritual weapon that was ranked on the spiritual weapon ranking list. These words sounded a little unreal no matter how one looked at it. "Why do I feel like you're going to kill me when the time comes?" Chu Hen narrowed his eyes at the other party, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. "Uft, I'm a man of my word. If I lie to you, then I'll be a coward. I don't have time to explain so much to you. That girl has already brought people to chase after us. Your time is very limited. Remember, don't make any mistakes in the contents above." "What girl? What chased after me? Don't tell me you stole this thing?" "Hey, I say, old senior." Before Chu Hen could ask any more questions, the mysterious old man had already turned into a stream of light and flew away. In the sky above the Heaven Lake mountain range, several lush green mountains stood tall and majestic, surrounded by clouds and mist. Screech! In the sky above, 3 winged serpent eagles were majestic and had the power to suppress the mountains and rivers. On the serpent eagle in the middle, there was a woman wearing a mask. She was graceful and exuded an innate aura of elegance. "Senior Thief Rat, we're already here. Why are you still hiding?" The woman's indifferent voice did not contain the slightest hint of emotion. The pair of bright eyes behind the mask were like the stars and the moon. "He, the old man is here." Whoosh! Accompanied by a burst of strange laughter, the mysterious old man with small eyes directly flew out from a mountain stream below and hovered in the air, confronting the people on the wind-startled serpent eagles in front of him. "Hee, little girl, you're not bad. You chased this old man for 3 days and 3 nights, all the way from the Imperial City to here. If it was someone else, they would have long lost me. You're the only person who could follow me for 3 days without losing me. Senior Thief Rat, you flatter me." The masked woman replied calmly. "Senior Thief Rat, please return the thing you stole from our Imperial family. If you're willing to return it, we won't pursue this matter anymore." "Your Highness, this person trespassed into the Imperial City. We can't let him off easily," the silver-masked man behind her called out. The woman slightly raised her hand, signaling him to stop talking. "Hee, little girl, you're young, but you're quite broad-minded. However, as long as it's in my hands, there's no way I'll return it," the old man said with a frivolous smile. "If that's the case, then forgive this junior for offending you." As soon as the woman's voice fell, The silver-masked man behind her waved his hand. In an instant, the winged serpent eagles that were circling on both sides let out a loud and clear cry. Then they charged toward the old man from both sides. Hee, these few good-for-nothings want to catch me? Thief God laughed disdainfully. Humph, don't look down on the imperial family's dark elite team. A man wearing a red ghost mask shouted in a deep voice. Good. Today, this old man will experience the abilities of the Sacred Star Empire's strongest elite team. In an instant, the two winged serpent eagles had already rushed to the left and right sides of Thief Rat. On the back of each eagle were 10 powerful experts. There were a total of 20 well-trained experts lined up in front of the snake serpent eagles. Chain trap! The man wearing the red ghost mask shouted loudly. Swoosh! In the next instant, more than a dozen iron chains extended endlessly, like iron chains crossing the river, and flew towards the thief rat's head. Under the control of the experts of the Imperial Dark Team, the chain that was over 100 meters long was as nimble as a flood dragon. There was not the slightest bit of chaos. More than a dozen chains quickly converged in the air and came crashing down on the thief rat's head. Walala! In the next second, Master Thief Rat was trapped in an iron cage that was several meters wide. You want to trap this old man with this little trick? The rat thief, godly thief, who was trapped in the iron cage, didn't show any signs of panic. Instead, he was talking cheerfully and wittily. Humph, this is just the beginning. The man wearing the red ghost mask sneered. For the top experts of the void-piercing realm, even the royal family's dark elite team did not dare to have the slightest carelessness. Sand and stone rain, a surging and powerful aura erupted from the body of an expert from the royal family. The grayish-brown energy surged forward like a cloud of dust. The grayish energy transformed into tiny grains of sand in the air. Each grain of sand was like a fine rain of flying needles, whizzing towards Thief Rat, godly thief in the iron cage. The countless grains of sand were like 10,000 arrows that pierced through the sky. The attack was dense and had a wide range. Bang, 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 one after another, muffled explosions sounded around Thief Rat, godly thief. What kind of trick is this? Are you trying to tickle this old man? The surrounding people were slightly shocked. They saw that Thief Rat, godly thief's body was covered in a layer of faint golden light. The sand and stone rain attack was like hitting an iron plate without the slightest penetrating force. Don't celebrate too early. The man wearing the red ghost mask gave another command. Waterfall. Boom! In an instant, the other experts of the Royal Secret Squad burst out with the power of water. Several powerful torrents of water gushed out and attacked the Thief Rat, godly thief in front of them. Bang! The torrents from all directions swept down and instantly submerged Thief Rat, godly thief. Between the heaven and earth, there was a splash of water. The sky was full of rainwater, wantonly splashing. The astonishing power fluctuations caused the sky to faintly tremble. Soul Sealing Wall. Several of the royal family's secret teams made their moves at the same time. Dazzling, multicolored, quintessential energy surged forward. Under the control of everyone's combined strength, the rain that filled the sky quickly mixed with the sand and soil, forming 4 stone walls that were over 100 meters tall. The 4 huge earth walls surrounded Thief Rat, godly thief in 4 directions. The iron chains penetrated through the earth walls and connected to the iron cage inside. Such a grand scene was like a prison suspended in the air between the heavens and the earth. Burning heaven, raging flame, the man wearing the red ghost mask shouted loudly. His voice was full of excitement. In the next moment, the last group of experts of the Imperial Dark Team erupted with an incomparably powerful aura. Everyone released the power of true Yuan, and in an instant, it turned into a raging flame. Buzz! More than a dozen violent flames directly followed the iron chains and quickly extended towards the earth walls in front of them. Looking from afar, a dozen fire dragons suddenly appeared in the void, exceptionally dazzling. What was even more shocking was that the domineering flames directly followed the iron chains and merged into the inner area of the earth walls. In an instant, all the power poured into the space inside the 4 earth walls. Explode! Boom! In the next second, a mushroom cloud of flames rose into the sky from the inside of the 4 earth walls. The violent power was like a monstrous volcano erupting in an instant. The heaven and earth quietly changed color, and hot waves of air spread in all directions. Such a huge power fluctuation was probably enough to burn everything inside the earth walls to ashes. Many monsters in the mountain range below were startled and ran away. In the distance, flocks of birds fled in panic. The encirclement of the experts of the Imperial Dark Team was really frightening. Humph! Senior Thief Rat, are you all right? The man wearing the red ghost mask frivolously sneered. Just now, under the joint attack of everyone, even a void-piercing realm expert would not be able to come out unscathed. Hee, is that all you've got? You didn't even hurt a hair of this old man. Boring, really boring. A playful laughter came from the inside of the huge stone wall. The members of the Imperial Dark Team were shocked. Chapter 123. Buzz, buzz. Majestic and mighty energy, fluctuations constantly stirred up the airflow in all directions in the sky. The space cage formed by the 400-meter-tall stone walls was like a 4-sided castle suspended between heaven and earth. More than 20 black iron chains stretched across the sky, connecting to the earth cage. Towering flames erupted from the inner space like lava from a volcano. The sky quietly changed color, and incomparably hot waves of flame almost blasted a hole in the sky. Hee, is that all you've got? You didn't even hurt a single hair on this old man's head. Boring, really boring. A playful laughter came from the inside of the stone wall. All the experts of the Imperial family's dark team secretly changed their expressions and frowned. This thief, rat, godly thief, was really powerful. Such a powerful and continuous attack didn't even cause the slightest bit of damage to the other party? Come, come, come. Use whatever skills you have. Let this old man exercise a little. This old man. The experts of the Dark Team on the Third Wind Serpent Eagle all released a biting cold aura. The man wearing the silver mask walked to the back of the elegant woman and said, "Your Highness?" The woman slightly waved her hand, and a faint light flashed in her bright eyes behind the mask. "He is stalling for time. Prepare to set up the heavenly Thunderbringer. Yes, Your Highness!" Swoosh! As soon as the voice fell, the woman stepped into the air. At the same time, a white light flashed, and a strange sword appeared in her hand. The sword was surrounded by a bright silver light, and the sword hilt and blade were connected in a spiral shape. "Senior Thief, Rat, be careful!" The woman let out a soft shout, and an astonishing sword aura was released from her body. Endless silver light rapidly extended towards the sword in her hand like vines. The woman moved her wrist and raised her sword. The space violently trembled, and a 300-meter-long sky, severing sword light, slashed upwards towards the earthen prison formed by the 4 earthen walls in front of her. Boom! The powerful sword aura had an extremely destructive aura. The sword shocked the heavens, and the huge earth wall cage was directly split in the middle by the woman's sword. Along with the violent turbulence, Thief, Rat, Godly Thief flew out amidst the chaotic shockwaves caused by the flying rocks and crisscrossing sword lights. Hee, why are you in such a hurry, little girl? This old man still wants to have some fun with your so-called dark elite squad. The rat thief, Godly Thief, stroked a wisp of beard on his chin. His peanut-sized eyes were filled with a sneaky smile. Senior Thief, Rat's strength is extraordinary. I'm afraid that they can't fight against you. This little girl dares to ask for your guidance. The woman's figure was graceful and agile. She held her sword and attacked thief, rat, godly thief. The dazzling sword shadows interweaved in the air to form a sword net that was more than 10 meters wide, attacking toward the thief, rat god. The latter raised his white eyebrows slightly, and there was a hint of praise in his eyes. He, the little girl from the Huangfu family, is really talented. Then, thief, rat, godly flicked his finger, and a wisp of golden light shot out and collided head-on with the net of swords. Bang! The golden light and the net of swords intersected, and suddenly a series of loud noises rang out in the air. Then the golden light's offensive power surged, and along with a violent vibration, it directly broke through the net of swords. Whoosh! The golden light's offensive power did not diminish, and it dragged out a powerful wave of air in the air, directly attacking the graceful woman. The woman was not in a hurry. Her jade-like hand lightly moved, and the sword in her palm set off a layer of bright silver light. The silver light was dazzling, like the moon's essence sprinkled down from the ninth heaven, and the surrounding space faintly trembled. Ding! The sharp, treasured sword met the golden light head-on. A circle of scattered, quintessential energy blossomed like fireworks. The golden light bounced off, but the woman's palm felt slightly numb. Now, the woman could clearly see that the golden light was actually a flying shuttle. The two ends of the flying shuttle were sharp, and the middle was as thick as a rolling pin. It was about 30 centimeters long, and it was shining with golden light. It was exceptionally gorgeous. Hee, little girl, this golden flame flying shuttle of mine is a good spiritual weapon. It's probably a bit more advanced than the sword in your hand. You have to be careful. The rat thief tore apart the net of swords and flashed in front of the woman. Then he stretched out his hand and held the golden flame flying shuttle in his palm. Thank you for the reminder, Senior Thief. This junior will be careful. The woman's bright eyes behind the mask did not have the slightest bit of fear, and the sword that was surrounded by silver light once again attacked the rat thief. The rat thief held the golden shuttle in his hand and began a fierce confrontation with the opponent. When the woman and the rat thief began to fight, the other experts of the Royal Dark Team had already retreated to the rear area on their wind snake eagles. However, they did not stand at the back and watch, but stood in a row, and under the guidance of the man wearing the silver mask, each of them formed a strange seal with their hands and constantly condensed a huge amount of true yuan. A strong wind blew past, and there was a kind of bone-chilling cold. An obscure energy fluctuation was gradually set off in the void. This energy fluctuation was just like the underground magma that was brewing. Next, a volcano would erupt at any time. At this moment, in the deep and gloomy cave, the impact of the battle in the sky outside constantly caused the mountain to tremble. Chu Hen was shocked and confused. What was going on? The top experts of the void-piercing realm were fighting. Chu Hen had a feeling that he had fallen into a huge conspiracy, and that he had most likely been tricked by the old man. What to do? Should he do as the other party said? Chu Hen looked down at the golden book and ink scroll on the ground. However, if he did so, Chu Hen really did not know what kind of consequences it would bring to him. Should he just leave? If he just left now, what if the mysterious old man found him in a few days? At that time, if he could not take out a copy of the copy for him, who knew what the other party would do? After a short moment of hesitation, Chu Hen slowly picked up the golden book from the ground. This golden book was made of an unknown material, and it felt very comfortable to the touch. However, what surprised Chu Hen was that the golden book could not be opened. Damn, what the hell is this? Chu Hen was startled. This golden book was tightly closed, as if there was a layer of glue stuck in the middle. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open it. It was as if it had been sealed. Is there a restriction? Chu Hen muttered to himself. There were many experts in the world who, in order to prevent their personal belongings from being spied on by others, would use special methods to arrange restrictions on them. If he wanted to open this golden book, he would first have to break this layer of restriction. Then, Chu Hen separated a wisp of qi and injected it into the golden book. In the next moment, he suddenly felt an invisible resistance blocking his exploration. Feeling the resistance that was as if he had hit an iron plate, Chu Hen's face could not help but reveal a helpless, bitter smile. "Damn, smelly old man, you can't blame me for this." In this case, perhaps the mysterious old man did not know that there was a restriction on this golden book, or perhaps he did not have time to study it at all before the pursuers caught up. Chu Hen had already understood the other party's purpose. The other party wanted him to copy the copy and take it away from here. He himself would delay outside, and after Chu Hen left, he would tell the pursuers that the golden book was hidden in this cave. After getting the golden book back, the pursuers would most likely not continue to make things difficult for the old man. After the trouble here was over, the old man would find Chu Hen and ask for the copy back. This plan could not be said to be bad, but the old man had made a mistake. He had forgotten that there was a restriction on such an important thing, and with Chu Hen's strength, it seemed that he could not break this restriction. Don't blame me. It just so happened that Chu Hen did not want to get involved in this matter, so he immediately threw the golden book on the ground and was ready to leave. But just as he took 2 steps, Chu Hen suddenly turned his head back. His somewhat perplexed gaze once again landed on the golden book. "Damn, my curiosity is piqued. What's inside?" Thinking that the old man outside would definitely try to delay as much time as possible, there should be some martial arts. Immediately, Chu Hen picked up the golden book again. This time, the qi that was released was demonic purple. The bloodline power of the holy demonic eye-body merged with the qi and began to attack the restriction on the golden book. Buzz! A faint golden light appeared on the surface of the golden book. The light was like the holy light of the 9 heavens, strong and holy. Chu Hen could clearly feel that the restriction on the golden book had loosened a little, but there were still no signs of it breaking. After all, he was only at the 6th rank of the Tangyuan realm, and was far from being able to release the power that the holy demonic eye-body should have. "Chaotic body," Chu Hen secretly shouted. Then a domineering black light surged out. 2 different colors of power, one black and one purple, blended together and poured into the golden book. In an instant, an extremely restless energy fluctuation was startled from the inside of the golden book. The radiance that covered the surface of the golden book flickered between bright and dark, strong and weak. Chu Hen only felt that his power was currently filling up a ball of water. The ball of water was constantly expanding, as though it would explode at any time. "It's working!" Chu Hen was surprised and happy, and an even more powerful qi swept out. Buzz! The space trembled, and a violent wave of air swept up the sand and pebbles on the ground. The golden light on the golden book's surface collapsed and exploded, turning into golden light fragments that filled the sky and disappeared. "I did it!" Chu Hen was overjoyed, and at the same time his forehead was covered with sweat. Just now, he had almost used up all the qi in his body. Casually wiping away the sweat on his forehead, Chu Hen opened the golden book carefully with a perturbed heart. In the next second, Chu Hen's pupils involuntarily shrunk, for swift and fierce characters were the first to enter his eyes. Holy Star Heavenly Book, Chapter 124, Sacred Star Heavenly Book. Looking at the words that appeared in front of him, Chu Hen felt as if there was thunder rumbling in his ears. Waves of uneasiness rose in his heart. Sacred Star? Sacred Star Dynasty. This was the most confidential item of the Sacred Star Dynasty's royal family. In an instant, Chu Hen had the urge to curse. That old man dared to take the item of the royal family. No wonder he was chased all the way here and was forced to ask for his help to copy the instance dungeon. What a scam! This is Chu Hen, who had lived in the general's mansion since he was young, had occasionally heard Long John mention that the royal family had collected many books and treasures, and the most mysterious book was the Sacred Star Heavenly Book. It was rumored that the Sacred Star Heavenly Book contained the Sacred Star dynasty's biggest secret. What was this secret? Only the royal family knew about it. Thinking of this, Chu Hen clenched his fists tightly as a grave expression appeared on his face. He naturally knew what the royal family of the Sacred Star dynasty meant. It was the highest authority in the dynasty. The wrath of the king would cause millions of corpses and blood to flow for thousands of miles. Now that the royal family was involved, this matter was no small matter. It was definitely not something that could be cleared up in a few words. If he was a normal person, he would only have one choice, and that was to hand the golden book to the royal family and cut ties with the old man. However, Chu Hen was unusually calm at this moment. He understood that based on the cautiousness of the royal family, as long as he opened the Sacred Star Heavenly Book, he would definitely have no chance of survival. Therefore, Chu Hen made a decision in an instant. He would not help anyone. Humph, smelly old man. How can I let you do as you wish since you set me up? A cold light flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. The other party had entrusted this matter to him without any regard for his life. He did not plan to help the old man copy the instance dungeon, nor would he take the initiative to hand the golden book to the royal family. However, Chu Hen had a bolder idea in his mind, which was to memorize the contents of the Sacred Star Heavenly Book. After all, there weren't many people in the Sacred Star dynasty who could pry into the Sacred Star Heavenly Book. Now that this item was placed in front of Chu Hen, it would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. Since things had already come to this, they might as well go all the way. Immediately, Chu Hen flipped to the first page of the Heavenly Book without hesitation. It was also the only page. When he flipped to that page, Chu Hen couldn't help but be stunned. Paper? What was going on? There was only one golden page, and it was completely blank, not to mention a single word. There wasn't even a trace of ink. Have I been tricked again? Are you kidding me? There's no reason. Chu Hen frowned. If this Sacred Star Heavenly Book was fake, why would the royal family chase him all the way from the imperial capital to here, and even dispatch a void-piercing realm-top expert? Although Chu Hen didn't know the situation of the battle outside, the mysterious old man was definitely a void-piercing realm expert. Those who could fight against him were naturally people of the same level. In addition to the restrictions set in the Golden Book, the probability of this Sacred Star Heavenly Book being fake was not high. Chu Hen narrowed his eyes, and then a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Demon Eye. Buzz. In the next moment, the bloodline power of the sacred Demon Eye physique was released once again. Chu Hen only felt a slight heat in his eyes, and then the pitch-black pupils instantly turned into a demonic purple. In the depths of the purple pupils, two tiny black dots faintly trembled. Immediately after, something amazing happened. The blank page of the Sacred Star Heavenly Book in front of Chu Hen actually underwent a strange change. Specks of golden light and shadows appeared in front of Chu Hen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Hen was once again amazed. The power of the sacred physique was indeed heaven-defying. This kind of camouflage was ultimately useless in front of his pair of demon eyes. Buzz, an obscure power fluctuation was constantly released from the Golden Book, and Chu Hen's heartbeat began to accelerate unconsciously. The most secret of the Sacred Star Dynasty. What kind of secret was hidden in it? In just a few blinks of the eye, the Golden Book blossomed with a soft brilliance. In front of Chu Hen was a strange starry sky pattern, and in Chu Hen's mind, a vast and endless scene of the Milky Way appeared involuntarily. Densely packed stars decorated the night sky, shining with an everlasting brilliance. And in the starry sky, 7 stars arranged in the shape of a doe were the most dazzling. This is... Chu Hen's pupils shrank slightly, and his heart was filled with deep astonishment and astonishment. Outside the cave, above the void, boom! Stealing Rat God and the elegant woman had already exchanged more than 100 moves, but neither of them could do anything to the other. In the sky above the mountain range, sparks were flying everywhere, and true elemental energy was wantonly overflowing. The sharp sword chi and the bright golden light were constantly colliding, and the world quietly lost its color. Hee, little girl, this old man hasn't had such a good fight for a long time. It's really delightful. Stealing Rat God moved his palm, and the golden flame flying shuttle in his hand suddenly burst out. In the process of moving, a circle of vigorous golden light lingered on the body of the shuttle, and at the same time, the shuttle changed into a dark red color, like a red-hot soldering iron. Old Senior, you can't escape today. It's better for you and me to exchange the item back. This way, it's better for both of us, the woman said faintly, and then slashed backhandedly with her sword. The powerful sword shadow was like a bolt of lightning that traversed the world. Bang! A layer of golden light rippled in the void, and the flying shuttle was directly sent flying by the long sword. Hee, how about this? Little girl, as long as you can defeat this old man, I'll return that thing to you. If you can't defeat me, then I'll borrow it for 3 days. What do you think? Stealing Rat God leaped up, and while taking back the golden flame flying shuttle, he flashed higher in the void. The eyes behind the woman's mask slightly narrowed. This little girl doesn't dare to use the imperial family's item as a gambling stake. However, Old Senior, if you insist on delaying, then don't blame this junior for offending you. Ha 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 ha. What a good offending. I, Stealing Rat God, have roamed the 100 Kingdoms province for dozens of years, and not many people have dared to speak to me like this. Today, let me see what kind of ability you have, little girl. Boom! As soon as his voice fell, a huge aura surged like a tide from Stealing Rat God's body, and a dazzling golden light like the holy light of the noon sun soared into the sky. Stealing Rat God waved his hand, and the golden flame flying shuttle once again swept down gracefully. Boom! In the next moment, the golden flame flying shuttle blossomed with an incomparably dazzling golden light, and soon after, the entire sky was filled with countless golden flying shuttles. Tens of thousands of golden flying shuttles were like money sprinkling down from the sky, and their piercingly cold aura was like 10,000 arrows shooting at the same time. Each flying shuttle was extremely lethal. Chapter 125. BZZ Thief Rat God threw out the golden flame flying shuttle. In the next instant, the golden flame flying shuttle blossomed with an incomparably dazzling golden radiance. The former's aura soared into the sky, and then the golden flame flying shuttle transformed into countless identical golden shuttles. The sky seemed to be raining gold coins. Thousands of shuttles blotted out the sky and swept towards the graceful and elegant woman. Through the mask, the woman's beautiful eyes were suffused with a faint, cold light. Whoosh! The silver sword in her hand swallowed and emitted an astonishing bright luster. An astonishing sword aura rose. The woman's jade-like wrist moved, and an incomparably powerful sword aura rose from her body like a swimming dragon. The silver sword aura shook the sky in all directions. The woman's ink-like long hair fluttered in the wind, and her gorgeous robe fluttered in the wind. She used her sword to control her aura, showing off her peerless elegance. Along with the mighty rolling thunder, the sword aura that was like the Milky Way lingered around the woman's body, forming a silver sword energy tornado. She was in the middle of the whirlpool of sword chi, as if she was the master of this world. Boom! The flying shuttles that filled the sky poured down like a torrential storm. The dazzling specks of golden light continuously slammed against the sword chi vortex. The violent energy fluctuations caused the sky to tremble uneasily. Such a shocking scene was like a meteor shower meeting a tornado by chance. The aftermath of all kinds of power wantonly spilled out. The sky changed color, and the mountains below trembled uneasily. All the big and small demon beasts within a radius of a few dozen kilometers flew away in fright. The raging wind caused the airflow in this area to become abnormally uneasy. At this moment, the other experts of the royal family's dark team were about to complete the last step of their assigned mission. Every one of them was filled with a piercingly cold, murderous aura. The power fluctuations released from each of them caused the surrounding air to faintly produce the sound of waves, and the bleak, cold wind became even stronger. Boom! The endless golden rain of light was unable to harm the woman at all. At this moment, a colorful light burst forth from her body. An aura that was several times more powerful than before filled the surroundings, causing the entire sky to darken. The resplendent light quickly gathered towards the woman's sword. In an instant, the silver sword turned into a rainbow color. It was as if it was made from the essence of the rainbow. Feeling the power of Zhanyuan coming from the girl's body, the thief, Rat, godly thief's face couldn't help but become a little dignified. He secretly thought that this little girl's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Stealing, Rat, godly's tiny eyes narrowed. His peripheral vision swept over the experts of the Imperial Dark Team, who were emitting a murderous aura. He muttered softly, "We can't continue to waste time like this. It's been so long. That brat should have left. Buzz!" Immediately, a majestic aura erupted from Stealing, Rat, godly thief's body. A dazzling golden light shrouded the world like a scorching sun. A vast river of Zhanyuan gathered above everyone's head. It blotted out the sky and covered the earth with its overwhelming power. Accompanied by the galloping sound of a magnificent army, a golden phantom that was more than 100 feet high suddenly appeared in the sky behind Stealing, Rat, godly thief. "What's that?" The experts of the Imperial Dark Team raised their heads and looked up. Behind their masks, their eyes were filled with a strong sense of solemnity. In the blink of an eye, the golden phantom behind Stealing, Rat, godly thief impressively took shape. In an instant, a huge golden rat phantom hovered between the heavens and the earth. This was a huge creature that looked similar to a weasel, but its fur was a bright golden color. Its wide mouth was slightly opened, revealing 2 large front teeth that were as sharp as a guillotine. Compared to the usual dark and weak feeling that rats gave people, this time was completely different. This golden rat phantom was impressively exuding a shocking power. Hey, little girl, you have to be careful." As soon as the voice fell, the huge golden rat phantom suddenly opened its mouth, and a golden beam of light pierced through the sky. With a shocking momentum, it rolled up a destructive aura and surged toward the graceful and luxurious woman in front of it. The entire sky shook uneasily. This golden beam of light was like the light of destruction cast by a god. It made people feel heartfelt fear. Buzz, buzz! At this moment, the Zhanyuan released by the woman also increased to its strongest state. The 7-colored light bloomed like a rainbow, and the woman swung her sword with all her strength. Screech! Accompanied by a loud and clear phoenix cry, a dazzling 7-colored divine bird phantom rushed out from the surging rainbow light. The majestic aura that looked down upon all living things caused the earth to tremble, and the flow of air in the area of dozens of miles became abnormally chaotic. The thief, Rat, godly thief, couldn't help but narrow his eyes and nodded with a bit of admiration. No wonder this girl has such strength at such a young age. This should be the so-called spirit phoenix, profound body. The 7-colored divine bird flashed its gorgeous wings and soared up, facing the golden beam of light that the golden rat spat out. Screech! A second before the two were about to meet, the 7-colored divine bird instantly turned into a dazzling sword shadow that was as bright as a rainbow bridge. The endless chilling aura shocked all directions. Boom! The extremely destructive golden beam of light firmly intersected with the graceful 7-colored sword shadow. An entire sky fell into a violent turbulence. The full blow of the 2 powerhouses of the void-piercing realm was like 2 meteorites that came from the sky unexpectedly met. Layers of powerful aftershocks were like shocking waves on the surface of the water, constantly spreading in all directions. The surrounding experts of the royal family's dark team were incomparably mobilized the true essence in their bodies to resist. The forest and mountain range below seemed to have been swept away. Several mountain tops were flattened, and countless trees were shattered into dust. Rumble! Chu Hen, who was still in the cave, even the whole mountain under his feet was shaking. But Chu Hen seemed to be unaware of it. The demonic purple pupils stared motionlessly at the sacred star, heavenly book in front of him. The golden book was dotted with densely packed star patterns, and the most resplendent and beautiful was the Big Dipper in the dough form. Boom! Suddenly, an incomparably dazzling light burst out from the sacred star, heavenly book. Chu Hen subconsciously raised his left hand to cover his eyes. Then, Chu Hen felt a slight tingling in his palm. He quickly looked at his left hand and couldn't help but be stunned. He saw that there were 7 golden light spots in the palm of his left hand. These 7 light spots were in the dough form shape. What's going on? Chu Hen looked at the 7 light spots in his palm with a dumbfounded expression. Then he looked at the sacred star, heavenly book that was gradually fading. Countless questions immediately arose in his mind. What was the sacred star, heavenly book, talking about? What secrets did it contain? Chu Hen felt like his brain was a mess. Damn, it's indeed the biggest secret of the Sacred Star Dynasty. Ordinary people really can't understand it. Following that, the 7 dots of light in Chu Hen's palm also disappeared. Everything seemed to have returned to its original point, as if nothing had happened. Rumble. Just as Chu Hen was in a state of confusion, the violent shaking of the mountain caused him to suddenly come back to his senses. I almost forgot that I'm still in danger. Chu Hen slapped his forehead. Only now did he realize that the trouble outside was something he couldn't solve. He definitely couldn't have the sacred star, heavenly book anymore. After searching for a long time, he still hadn't discovered anything. What a waste of time. Immediately, Chu Hen closed the golden book. As soon as the golden book was closed, a faint ray of light emerged. Just like before, it was completely sealed, and it was difficult to separate. It seems like this restriction is activated on its own. Chu Hen muttered to himself, then threw it on the ground. He casually put the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone into his storage ring. These were all evidence, and he absolutely couldn't leave any traces behind. Then, without hesitation, Chu Hen turned around and ran toward the exit of the cave. Rumble! The confrontation of the power of the void-piercing realm experts set off a violent thunderstorm. The thief rat and the elegant woman looked at each other from afar. The aura of the top experts was like 2 mountains suppressing all directions. Your Highness! At this moment, the man wearing the silver mask shouted in surprise. The woman glanced sideways and nodded in approval. Seeing the woman nod, the surrounding experts of the Royal Dark Team understood tacitly. They clasped their hands together and completed the last seal. Ninth Heaven Thunder, overturn the river. Heavenly Thunder, draw. The man wearing the silver mask shouted in a stern voice. In the next moment, every expert of the Dark Team set off a pillar of light that soared into the sky. More than 20 solid pillars of light leaped into the clouds like auroras. Rumble. What followed was the deafening sound of rolling thunder. The surging black clouds instantly gathered in the sky within a radius of a few miles. The violent turbulence was like the undercurrent of black water. Streaks of lightning crisscrossed, like silver snakes stirring up clouds and rain. The mighty pressure was like the galloping of 10,000 horses, or the attack of 1,000 troops. The majestic power directly enveloped the thief rat, and the latter's face became slightly dignified. Little girl, you're playing this big? You're bullying an old man. Senior thief rat, I've already treated you with courtesy. You're the one who stubbornly insisted on doing things your own way. You can't blame me. The woman replied indifferently. "Hee, all right. Let me see how powerful this so-called heavenly thunder summoning is." Quan dang! Before the voice died away, the intertwining thunder and lightning almost shattered the sky. All the experts of the Royal Dark Team formed a seal at the same time. In an instant, the ninth heaven thunder moved, and the wind suddenly rose. Chapter 126. Quan dang! The violent sound of intersecting thunder seemed as if it was going to break the vault of heaven. Together with the experts of the Imperial Dark Team, they simultaneously formed a seal. Thunder from the 9 heavens, and the wind suddenly rose. In an instant, a heavenly thunder with a diameter of more than 50 meters directly pierced down from the rolling dark clouds. With a momentum that could destroy mountains and rivers, it rolled up a terrifying, destructive momentum and blasted towards the thief rat. Although this violent power was not enough to kill the thief rat on the spot, it was not a problem to seriously injure him. Of course, this was also the goal of the Imperial family's secret team. After all, they wanted to take back the thing that was stolen by the thief rat. They could not just kill him like this. Facing this extremely dangerous attack, the thief rat godly thief's small eyes surged with unprecedented solemnity. Buzz, the space suddenly trembled, and a golden will suddenly appeared in the thief rat's palm. The golden will was like a hand shield, but also like a sun hat. The golden light that burst out was as dazzling as the sun. That is that the solitary sun shield? The man wearing the silver mask shouted with some uncertainty. The solitary sun shield was ranked 39th on the spiritual weapon list. It was a defensive spiritual weapon. Even in the Sacred Star Dynasty, it was a treasure that people fought over. Any treasure that could be ranked on the divine weapon list was definitely not an ordinary item. This old man really has a lot of treasures. He must have stolen them from someone again. The experts of the Imperial family's dark team thought to themselves. The elegant woman unconsciously grasped the silver sword in her hand, and the sharp sword energy once again rose up. Before everyone could recover from the shock, the thief rat directly raised the solitary sun shield in front of him, and a rich true yuan was injected into the shield. In the next moment, the solitary sun shield shone brightly, and the dazzling golden light rapidly rotated like a whirlpool. The spiritual energy between the heavens and the earth, along with the solitary sun shield, wantonly stirred. In an instant, a huge golden shield that was 100 meters wide immediately blocked the head of the thief rat. Boom! Almost at the same moment, the terrifying power of the heavenly thunder fell with a shocking momentum, landing on the huge golden shield at the critical moment. The space within a dozen miles couldn't help but tremble, and an incomparably dazzling lightning bloomed in the sky. Because the thief rat's reaction time was too rushed, and the speed of the heavenly thunder was too fast, the solitary sun shield did not completely release its defensive power. Bang! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, the 100-meter light shield, condensed by the solitary sun shield, was forcibly blasted apart by the heavenly thunder. The destructive aura filled the sky and shook the sky. Even though the defensive power of the sun shield was unable to block the heavenly lightning bringer in a short period of time, it unexpectedly changed the trajectory of its attack. Under the shocked gazes of all the experts of the Imperial family's dark team, the heavenly lightning passed right in front of thief rat godly and blasted towards a mountain below. Not good. The thief rat was suddenly startled. Impressively, that mountain was the mountain where Chu Hen was in the cave. However, it quickly calmed down. After such a long time, Chu Hen should have already left. However, in reality, Chu Hen had only just left the entrance of the cave. Just when he was thinking of finding a vine to swing into the river below the mountain, the rolling heavenly thunder came crashing down like a herd of 10,000 beasts. Under the suppression of the incomparably biting cold wind, Chu Hen's heart was greatly alarmed. Before he could even react to what had happened, the mountain peak behind him was instantly flattened. "Damn you!" Chu Hen couldn't help but directly burst out with vulgarities. Boom! A violent shock wave instantly swept in all directions. The might of the heavenly thunder was unstoppable, and the entire mountain was blasted into ruins in an instant. The mighty aftermath of the explosion sent thousands of rocks flying. Together with the rocks, Chu Hen was blasted away. What's that? The man wearing the silver mask looked at Chu Hen, who was rolling around in the rubble in surprise. The rat, thief, godly thief, couldn't help but secretly curse. This little rascal's efficiency is too low. Such a good opportunity was wasted, just like that. The aftermath of the heavenly thunder's power was no small matter. Chu Hen's internal organs were shaken by the impact, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. However, the royal family's dark team had no intention of meddling in their business. After all, Chu Hen's identity had already been exposed. Regardless of whether Chu Hen had obtained the Sacred Star Heavenly Book or not, it was impossible for him to successfully hand it over to him. Even if he managed to save Chu Hen, the rat thief would not be able to keep him by his side. In the end, he would still be hunted by the royal family. Therefore, no matter what happened to Chu Hen, he would not be able to escape death. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The graceful and luxurious woman moved, leaving a series of afterimages in the void. She flew downwards at an extremely fast speed. "Your Highness!" The man wearing the silver mask shouted. "Stop the rat, thief, godly thief." The woman replied coldly, but the pair of bright eyes behind the mask were full of complex emotions as she looked at the embarrassed young man in the rubble below. Chu Hen's body was already injured, and now that he had suffered such an unforeseen event, he felt as if all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful palm energy surged, and the rubble around Chu Hen was blasted away. Then, a faint fragrance assailed his nostrils. Chu Hen suddenly felt that his back was supported by a warm, jade-like arm. At the same time, a gentle palm energy surged into his body, directly eliminating the impact of the heavenly thunder's aftermath. It was like a dream, real and fake. Chu Hen only felt that the world was spinning, and everything in front of him was a little distorted. Then, a small cat mask was reflected in Chu Hen's eyes. Behind the mask, there was a pair of clear and attractive big eyes. This pair of eyes seemed familiar, especially familiar. Xia, Xia Qing, the two words weakly spat out from Chu Hen's mouth. The eyes behind the mask faintly trembled and were suffused with shallow ripples of gentleness. The opponent actually recognized me at a glance. Then, the serious injury made Chu Hen's vision black, and he suddenly fell into a coma. At the same time, the experts of the Royal Dark Team once again besieged the rat, thief, godly thief. Hee, no more fighting, no more fighting. The rat, thief, godly thief squinted his small eyes with a faint light. He pointed to the mountain below that had been blasted into ruins and said, "The thing you want, I hid it in that mountain. You can take your time to find it." Ha! What? Everyone was incomparably shocked. This old man is leaving. Goodbye.